and paint session. So don't know if I'm going to get through to everything that I want to do, but we're going to at least do some cooking. But before I did that, I wanted to do a live review of these garlic bulbs that I just got. I ordered these from Amazon and they delivered straight to my apartment. And we're gonna compare to some of these other ones. So these are California grown from Christopher Ranch. I'm just gonna start with this garlic review. I was inspired to make some garlic confit, and I just want to take a look. Let's take a look at these bulbs real quick. Let's grab a nice little knife, pop this open. And I will say that starting off, as far as like garlic bulb size goes, here we can do a little size comparison to our what brand is this? To the organic brand. So we're going to compare these two brands right here. We've got an organic brand from this is from I believe Whole Foods Organic 365 organics pretty much from Whole Foods, and then we've got this one. So size wise they're about the same size. You get 3 bulbs. They sold these in little packs of 3, so fairly similar size. This one I've had for a little while now, so I don't know how this one, it's been sitting around. It might not even be a good idea to cook with this one, but we'll see. I'll cut it open and take a look. And then this is like a standard size that I found like a Chinese grocery store. I don't remember the brand, but you could tell that there's a bit of a size difference for these. But more importantly, let's take a look inside. Let's crack one of these open and just see. Let's see how big the bulbs are inside, right? Each of the cloves. So that's pretty important because sometimes, sometimes the actual head of it is big, but the cloves inside are small, and that doesn't lend to a good, a good clove of garlic. I should probably do this over a garbage can. I'm gonna need my garbage can for this. And let's just break this apart a little bit. And you know what I gotta say? The cloves do seem, they're about medium size, so good size cloves for the size of the actual bulb itself. So, as a review, I would say that the bulb itself is a little bit smaller, but the actual cloves inside are a good size. I got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, about a dozen cloves in this one garlic bulb. But you know what? They actually look pretty good, high quality garlic. Although, I'm not a garlic aficionado, but I do love myself some good garlic. And that's my review for these, the California grown Christopher Ranch bulbs that you can order from Amazon. And here we go. So I'm going to clean up a little bit. I actually want to make some garlic confit. So how do you do that? If I'm going to do some garlic confit, first you got to know that you're going to boil some water. So I need to first boil some water here. Get a nice big pot. Boil some water. I'm just going to get some water to boil. So we want to separate, our garlic from the actual leaves themselves. So I need to boil some water first so that I can, just pour the boiling water onto our garlic and just let it boil. Let it boil. I don't know if this is enough water, so I'm gonna get some more. And let's just go ahead and heat this up. Nope. Let's go ahead and start heating this up right here. Just gonna boil some water. But David Fishbach, what's up? Marcus wants to know how to help his emo sister. If your sister's going through an emo phase, there's nothing you can really do to help her. That would be meaningful. That would be helpful. So, that's your advice. You got an emo sister, you just gotta accept her for who she is. That's it. That's the secret. So let's see right here. We're gonna separate these bulbs right now. Just all I want to do is just get these bulbs out of the way. And that can sometimes be the trickiest part, just getting the bulbs separated. But that's what I want to do, just get these bulbs all into here. I want to make a huge batch of garlic confit. That's my goal for tonight. as well as some cooking. But garlic honestly takes so much work that after tonight, I probably might just buy a big batch of garlic for this. Because the thing is, if you're gonna boil garlic, if you're boiling away the garlic anyway, if you're gonna put it in a boiler, then you might as well, just buy them in batches because they're gonna cook. They're not really going to settle themselves. So David Fishbach, what am I making? I'm making garlic confit. So if you're not familiar with garlic confit, it's probably the easiest, most delicious thing you could do with garlic. Almost impossible to mess up. And all you do is you take a bunch of garlic. Obviously, you have to peel them. And then you take all that garlic and you throw it into the oven. You pour olive oil. You drench them in olive oil. And then you basically just let it sit in there at about 200, 250 degrees for up to 3 or 4 hours. I mean, 2 to 3 hours. 2 to 3 hours is the go-to. But the tricky part is really just getting the shells off. So this piece of garlic is actually kind of bad right now. So let's see. This one's been in the refrigerator for a while. I'm going to see what the other pieces look like. But let's start by cracking them open. And I learned this trick. Basically, you just hit it with something. You got to hit it to separate it. And that really helps to separate the bulbs. I want to take a look at the garlic first before I actually decide to cook with it. And you know what's interesting? So the Organics 365 pieces actually look a little bit smaller than the ones from that farm. So interesting. But it is the Organics 365. I think they're actually organic. So different types of garlic, right? It all depends on what you like. I don't care so much about organic garlic myself because any sort of ingredient that's mostly for flavor as opposed to their full full health profile, like a vegetable or actual meat, I'm not I don't get too serious about it, but I do eat some organic things. But here we go. Let's go ahead and dump this. We've got a lot of garlic to get through. Might not even get through all of them. We might have so much extra. Let's crack these open. We're gonna go crack, 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 crack on the top. I'm using a hammer. I know some people use a knife or something, but I just felt inspired to make some garlic confit. So probably the easiest thing. And then I might get to painting later. Some of you are here for my painting streams, but we'll see how that goes. So right now I'm boiling some water, and the water. So the first step, right, with any garlic is to get the main bulb separated. But then once you get each of the little pieces off, you got to figure out a way to separate, the little shells. So we're gonna work on that next once we get the boiling water. I still haven't tested this boiling water trick out, but suppose if you pour boiling water onto a bunch of little garlic cloves, the little meat pieces, what you'll get is a very easy to take off shell. Now the main shell is pretty easy to take off of already. Let me just demonstrate this right here. Let me see. So the main shell is already pretty easy to take off of, right? I keep doing this off camera, but just a matter of peeling it off. I love garlic, by the way. Garlic is probably one of the gifts of the earth. My goodness, garlic is just absolutely amazing. And it's funny, I actually eat quite a lot of garlic, yet I don't ever feel like I get garlic breath. I mean, of course I get garlic breath, but I feel like maybe when your body acclimates to garlic, it just kind of at least nobody's ever told me that I get garlic breath. Let's just leave it at that. Wow, and I gotta say, these Christopher Ranch bulbs are actually, each piece is actually pretty significant size, so that's good. That's good. Sometimes, the insides, sometimes, these bulbs are really, really small, but it's a good size on the inside. They're surprisingly big for what the bulb sizes actually look like. So would I get these again from Christopher? Yes, I would, from Christopher Ranch, totally. They're very meaty on the inside. Let's just put it that way. So let's go ahead and clean these out. Just trying to separate the bulbs. And what I also want to do is I want to save some of these for just having like a nice chopped garlic ready. That always comes in handy, just having like chopped garlic. So just doing some kitchen prep work, you know, nothing fancy. If I had to come up with a name for my live stream of like cooking or whatever, I think I would call it like the renegade cook, because nothing I do is like the way you're supposed to do it. Nice kitchen. Thank you. I'm doing good, Ezraiah. Just prepping some garlic for garlic confit. I don't know if you're familiar with garlic confit. If you are, let me know. If you're not. But basically, garlic confit is just garlic covered with olive oil, baked for like 2 hours at about 250 degrees. That's it. And what you get is like this amazing garlic butter or spread that you can use, and it's just I don't know how else to describe it, but when it comes out of that oven, it smells like the most amazing, delicious kitchen you've ever set foot in, and anybody can do it. It's like that. The secret is to cooking and life. The life in a kitchen, I think, is garlic. Love garlic. Can't fail without it. Like garlic just naturally smells so dang good. Just can't fail with garlic. So doing the prep work. This is the boring stuff, you know, the work that helps make the rest of the work easy. And I could save time by like buying my own, you know, buying pre-peeled garlic. Could save time. I should have. I just didn't really think about like what would be available. But I found this amazing shop that sells a huge 5-pound thing of garlic for like $20 or $19. And that would totally be worth it compared to doing all this. Because, you know, garlic, there's really no extra benefit to hand peeling garlic. Especially if you can see them all peeled already. I mean, unless you just want to make videos like this, right? But here we go. I'm doing amazing. Thank you, Israel. So knocking out this next piece. Hopefully y'all can see. This doesn't need to be that high, right? Everybody can see what's going on. So just really separating these bulbs here. What's up, Kate? How you doing? Not an art stream tonight. Maybe later. I might do an art stream, but for now, we're just keeping it for cooking. This is a cooking stream. Actually, you know what? That one fell on the floor. We're gonna throw it away. I thought about keeping it. Sometimes when things fall on the floor, I might keep them. I know that's not kosher for like, you know, restaurants. I don't own a restaurant. I don't do it often, but like if it's like a piece of garlic with the leaf still on it, you know, the cover still on it, I might keep it because I still have to peel it off. But, you know, since we're on video and we're being watched, I shouldn't do that, right? But anyway, it's very rare. Very rare that I do it. But anyway, the secrets of Emmett Ferguson. Here we go. Let's or like if an orange falls on the floor, you know, and there's still the peel on it, I might still eat it. Not for everything, but you know, some things. So anyway, here we go. Now, definitely, if I was in like a really nice restaurant, if I was working at a restaurant, I definitely would not pick up anything back up off the floor. But in my own apartment, if a piece of garlic falls on the floor and the layers are still on, all the stuff is still on, I would consider it. So usually I think the technique is use a knife. Use a knife to separate it, but I'm using a hammer. This is a mallet for cooking mallet. Oh wow, that's separated all really nice and easy. This actually did a good job. The profile picture will give me nightmares. Why? What's your profile picture? Labubu. Oh, what's up, Labubu? How you doing, dude? The Labubu's in the house, in the apartment. What's up, Mr. Labubu? Mr. and Mrs. Labubu. All right, here we go. Oh my, I thought I only had this one bulb left, but I still have 6 more bulbs to separate. So we still got our work cut out for us, people. Still got a lot more work cut out for us as we separate these. How am I doing today, everybody? I'm doing good. This is I found one bad bulb in all of this. One bad clove. So we're gonna separate that and throw it away. All right. Let's go. Where's this? Okay, so we still got 2 left. I thought well, these are 6, so 3 in each for a total of 6. I thought that was the last one that I just did, but it's not. So this is just helping us to separate it. And what it does is it helps to get the garlic to separate and break apart the insides a little bit. It just makes it nice and easy to just do the work. Just going to lower that heat for now. So Kate, you make any more lip sync videos? What's your next video gonna be? You know, I gotta say, if anybody has ever found any hobby and like you want to make it more fun, honestly, I think everybody should like stream their hobbies. Or any day activity, whether it's like trying on outfits, getting dressed. Obviously, you know, depending on, you know, who you are and like your interests and of course, you know, your age and everything. I think streaming is a fantastic way to get yourself to do things, because I would be so bored doing this if I wasn't streaming. I don't even know if I would do this if I wasn't streaming, because I don't know. It's just it just adds a little bit like you're doing a show, right? It kind of feels good to have a show. So anybody who's ever wanted to, streaming might help ignite some new interest in your activities. Like I almost never paint without streaming. Once in a while I do, but mostly. So far so good. Right now I'm just getting these cloves out, separating the cloves, and then once we get all these cloves separated, we're gonna go ahead and pour some boiling water in. Once we get that boiling water in there, we're gonna let it sit for a little while. And we're just gonna separate the rest be an Asmir? Does anybody actually like the sound of the peeling of garlic sound? I don't think I've ever heard anyone say that, but that could be a thing. Peeling things could totally be an Asmir. People have told me I should make a painting Asmir, but I don't know. Or ASMR. Do you call it Asmir or ASMR? Who thinks it's called Asmir and who thinks it's called ASMR? Let me know if you have an opinion on it. If you don't have an opinion, that's cool too. Last one, people. Got to zoom back to Omizu Paints. Omizu Paints is streaming. All right, good on Omizu. Love when Omizu Paints streams. He has the #1 art stream on YouTube right now. I'm willing to bet. Omizu Paints. Alright, let's see. I'm gonna wipe some of this stuff off, clean off this table, clear off this little palette thing. There we go. Wash our hands off. We're doing a lot of kitchen prep today. Got a couple of items on the list that I need to do. I need to chop some scallions. Speaking of which, I should start. Chop some scallions. Let's see. Let's wash this up. Is this clean? I can't even tell if it's clean. It's not good if you can't tell something's clean. We just started using a dishwasher. I usually hand wash everything, but I'm not sure I trust this dishwasher yet. This dishwashing machine. I don't know if I trust it yet to give my dishes the best clean. So, I like to do an extra clean myself. You're back fast, Zoom. Labubu likes Dave? That's cool. Good to see Dave making friends. Alright, let's let this sit for a second. What do I need to do right now? I also think as far as separating all of the, skin from, separating the skin from garlic, it also requires a level of, it also depends on the actual garlic itself. Or the ripeness of the garlic. So I want to leave this water sitting here for a second. And I guess at this point, so the trick is you let the garlic soak for like a minute. And then supposedly you should be able to pretty easily peel the garlic. Now I don't know how I'm going to do it because the garlic's in boiling water right now. What? Miley Sirius has gifted us a pumpkin on head. Thank you, Miley Sirius. Miley Cyrus. Miley the Cyrus. Thank you, thank you. A pumpkin on a head goes a long way. But just gotta let our garlic soak for a minute. And then we're gonna do some fun stuff. We're actually going to chop up some garlic to save for another day, and then we're gonna use the rest of the garlic for garlic confit, which we're gonna cook. So that's really what we're doing right now. Now let's see. This garlic is very hot. It's in boiling water right now. So I don't know if I need to cool down the water before I start peeling it or what. But I'm gonna actually let it sit in there for like 2 minutes. Let me stir it up actually. I got a nice long spoon. I'm gonna stir it up just to shake up some of these garlics here. It's in my sink. Just a big tub of garlic. Stirring up this big, it smells so good though. Garlic is like the number one. Garlic is just, I just love garlic. Who loves garlic? You could definitely make an entire YouTube channel just based on a love of God. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So that was the Amazon person. So thank you, Amazon, for bringing things directly to my door. It's amazing. It's like teleportation. Oh. All right, let's just see what we got from Amazon. So they brought me a huge 3 liters of olive oil, which I use a lot of oil in my cooking. And here's something. It's 3 glass jars. So we got 3 glass jars. Let's actually open this up real quick and see how these jars look. I like to have, I decided that I wanted a glass jar just for storing stuff, which, surprisingly in our apartment here, we don't have any glass jars. We have one big glass jar. I felt like we should have at least 3. See, Miley Cyrus. We got to celebrate the Miley Cyrus gift to our channel again. Seriously, your gifts go a long way. Whether it's $1 million or a pumpkin head, it goes a long way. Just gonna make sure this doesn't fall off the table here. Ooh, look at these glass jars. Are they in perfect condition? Let's find out. Let's pop off the styrofoam here. Okay. Styrofoam doesn't want to come off easily. That's good though, right? It's good when styrofoam doesn't want to come off easily because that means that it's on nice and secure. Hey, look at this. It even came with a marker so you can mark them. That's a good idea. So we got some really nice big glass jars. All right, not bad. Not bad. It was worth it. I think that they're worth it. For whatever we could possibly need. Could have done, a little better with the styrofoam, I think, but there's a sound effect for you. That's a good sound effect. So we're gonna throw these little styrofoam things in here, and let's get to let's get to these garlics. The Bella wants us to say hi, so hello, Bella. the Bella channel. All right, so let's see, how hot is it? Ooh, that's hot. Okay. So we're gonna cool down this boiling water here. So that I can more easily peel. All right, what do we got going on? All right, we got this big old container of garlic that should be easy to peel. So let's just check this out. So we experimented, we put it in boiling water, and honestly, so far, not a good experience because the boiling water really just made it a little bit more. The boiling water did not make it easier. I was expecting to just be able to like scrape it all off, but it's actually kind of hard. So I'm in way over my head here. I might have too much garlic and not enough time to do it. We'll see. Let's get this garlic. This garlic looks good. Ah, that one came off nice and easy. There we go. Let's go for the easy ones, huh? Nice and easy. Ah, you know what? I might be exaggerating. It's coming off pretty good. So not too bad, not too bad. Could be easier. You always want things to be easier and easier when you're doing stuff like this, but you know what? It's actually pretty good. There we go. There's a nice big chunk of garlic right there. Let's peel garlic. Garlic smells so good. If only y'all could be here. I never really realized how amazing garlic smells until I started cooking heavily with garlic. It's incredible. I love it. It's the best. Garlic is also like a miracle ingredient, I swear. If you need any dish to taste better, garlic is there for you. Just need garlic. So here we go, just slowly peeling away at our, oh, that was a good piece too. I lost it. I lost it in the garbage can. And we're not gonna go fishing after it. We're just gonna get another piece. And here we go. So who's gonna be entertained while can you have a taste? Yes, you can have a taste. Anybody who is 18 or older that lives in the Los Angeles area, if you want a piece of garlic, let me know, and I might consider bringing it to you. If you're 18 or over and you live within the Los Angeles area, I might actually consider it, no lie, if you're here right now. Now, I do have to do some verification to make sure you're not some kind of weirdo, but, you know, I will hand bring you a piece of garlic. Just for the views, all right? Just for the views. If you want some clout, or you're chasing clout or whatever, I'm chasing clout. I'm chasing clout by peeling garlic. That's how I chase clout. It's the best way. It's the only way. If you want an easy way to get clout, peel garlic. So this isn't working as I expected, and you know what? A lot of these garlic pieces have like little bruises on them. I'm not too happy with them, but whatever. Not too happy with these garlics, but whatever. It is what it is. They are what they are. How long do you think it'll take me? So it's been about... You want to know more about the jars? What do you want to know about the jars? True unknown. What do you want to see about these 3 jars that I got from Amazon? There's no brand on them. So there's not much to say except for the fact that they're glass jars that I'm using for storing. Um, Amazon delivered them straight to my door, so thank you, Amazon. If it wasn't for Amazon, I would have had to go trolling around Walmart to find the perfect set of glass jars. Which, I'm totally down for trolling around Walmart, but I had a lot to do today. I had to work. I just didn't have time to stop by Walmart. I did have time to stop by the grocery store, but not Walmart. And honestly, I think LA needs more like mini Walmarts. Because the only Walmart that I have is like 10 miles away, which is a very long drive in Los Angeles. If you've ever driven around Los Angeles, 10 miles could be 1 hour or it could be, 15 minutes. LA is just an insane place to travel. Travel with the vehicle. All the rumors you hear about LA traffic are true. You want to know if the seals are any good and what kind they are and where you can find them. Oh, okay. Well, hey, let's take a look at these seals. Since you do have questions, I shall answer them. So we're going to take a look. Let's get a closer look at these glass jars. These glass, I think, is about 70. Let's get this box here. So these are V-Top Mart glass food jars with airtight clamp lids. Temperature range from 20 degrees Celsius to 100 degrees Celsius. 78-ounce glasses. So let's open the one with the actual little things inside. Let's open this one. There we go. That's a good seal right there, actually. It's a good clamp. You could hear it. It's like a very solid clamp. And you can actually hear the air pop out. But let me take this off. You can hear the air release, which is a good thing. So this is just for, labeling them. Let's try to listen to that again. Let's listen to that again. Try to listen for that pop to hear the air. That is a good tight seal right there. Wow. Did you hear that? That is a good tight seal. That is a good airtight seal. I think it's some sort of plastic or something, which is great. That's a good airtight seal. You can hear it. I'm impressed. Thank you for letting me know to do that because I totally forgot about it. So those are on Amazon. I ordered them. They're a set of 3. You get them. It's V-Top Mart is the brand. I'll have to do a review. I'll have to do a separate review of these. Actually, you know what? Let me just do a review of these jars right now. So I just got these jars from Amazon. What time is it? It's about 38 minutes. I want to mark this moment. 40 minutes. So I just wanted to do another review of these glass jars right now. I just got these glass jars from Amazon. These are the V-Top Mart glass food jars with airtight clamp lids. So I just got these jars and they're 78 ounces, which means they're pretty big. 78 ounces is enough to fit a good amount of cereal or lots of garlic. But, it's a standard glass jar, but what are we going to use to determine whether it's a good glass jar or not? I'm not going to test it out to see if it smashes or anything, but I will say this. I opened it a couple times and I was like, I love the sound of these glass jars because listen to this. It's a good, if you're looking for a good seal, you want to listen for that air sound, right? Now let's just listen to this a couple times. That is music right there. That is the sound of air being released from a glass jar. That is a good seal. Let's do that one more time. So either way, whether you've got a good, good seal or whatever, depends on what you want to store, right? But also let's compare it to this. So this is a glass jar that I already owned, that we've had for a long time. Now let's compare the sound though. This is probably like a 30-year-old jar. But there's no sound, right? It just opens. A little bit, but anyway, this is a glass jar. It doesn't have any seal on it anymore. I would still use this for certain things, but not everything. So just a little comparison for you. Just a nice little comparison. And let me keep peeling the garlic here. Let me wash my hands because I was touching metal. I don't want the taste of the metal getting into my garlic, so I'm gonna wash my hands again. I wash my hands a lot when I cook. And when I'm preparing stuff. It's gonna be a long night of prep work because all this garlic is not coming off easy. And I don't know what to do to actually make it come off easier. So we'll have to solve that mystery at some point, right? Or else I'm gonna be here all night trying to peel garlic. Who lives in LA and wants to work as my peeling garlic assistant? You will get 5 free pieces of garlic. Just kidding. Maybe more. Yeah, some of these garlic pieces have bruises on them. I'm not a big fan. But I don't know which batch they came from, whether it's the batch that I got today or whether they've been the ones that have been sitting for a little while. I don't mind using them though. Yeah, it needs a new rubber thing, but you know, I'm not gonna get it. It's like super ancient. I don't feel like, you know, figuring out the size. I'd rather just, you know, buy a totally new glass jar. And it's not broken, it's just, you know, I just don't feel like getting a clamp lid for it, so that's that. That's why you buy new things. It's sturdy, it's just the other one doesn't have a brand on it though, so there's no, you know, there's no reason to advertise it, to talk about it. Just a family item passed down for at least a generation or two. All right, so we're not even going to bother with this little one. Let's just look out for all the ones that are easy to peel. Make sure that we get them peeled. And I will say it's actually coming off fairly easy, but it's just this process, this boring process of peeling lots and lots of garlic that will probably But you know what? I think peeling garlic and painting actually work well together because when you're painting, you know, you're kind of basically just like watching paint dry, right? You're just waiting, at least for oil painting. You're like waiting for one layer to dry so that you can start the next layer. And that just, I don't even call it patience. You know, it's not a patience thing. Patience is, you know, when you're a chocolate lover or a pizza lover and there's a piece of chocolate or pizza right in front of you and someone says, if you wait 1 hour, I will give you 2 slices or 2 pieces. That's patience. But watching paint dry, peeling garlic, you know, that's just like, I don't know. That's something of its own. Because you're doing an activity, right? There's an activity. There's something in your mind that's working. You have to find a way to be present for that. Like, you actually need spiritual work. And I use the term spiritual loosely. You know, I mean like, you know, being present and in the moment type stuff. Because the pizza, you know, chocolate, you can wait. That's patience. But being present and in the moment and like being okay with this process that will lead to just a few moments of pleasure, just the eating of the garlic, a few moments of eating of the garlic of pleasure, that's something else. I don't even know if I'm going to finish these. I don't know if I want to finish peeling all this garlic. Someone convinced me that it's a good idea. I'm honestly, this is probably going to be the only stream that I ever peel this much garlic on because I never think that I'm gonna do this all again because this is gonna take me maybe an hour to peel all this garlic, and I don't know if that's worth it. Don't think it's worth it, but it's fun. At least I can say that I know a good trick to peeling garlic. But I would totally pay the premium. So today I saw at the store that it was 5 pounds of garlic already peeled and ready for $20. So I paid about, I don't remember how much I paid, but I got way less than 5 pounds, and it was almost $20. So basically, for the amount of work that I got to do, and I'm not criticizing the company that sells these garlic bulbs. I'm not criticizing them. I'm not trying to criticize them or anything. I'm not saying that, oh, they left their garlic unpeeled, so whatever. But it's not worth. Oh, gosh. I'm gonna start just like losing garlic on purpose so that I can just go through this quicker. Self-sabotage. That's, if you've ever wondered what self-sabotage is, it's like that. Self-sabotage is when you're peeling garlic and you don't want to peel garlic anymore, so you start accidentally losing garlic in the garbage can. That's a good analogy, isn't it? To understand what self-sabotage is, because I think like self-sabotage is like a fairly difficult concept to really get a hold of if you're not like thinking about it, right? Like, what is self-sabotage? How am I sabotaging myself? How am I ruining my personal power, my own potential, right? It's really hard to figure out because the things that you do to yourself are stuff that you don't notice. It's always easy to notice when someone else is trying to sabotage you, but how do you know when you're trying to sabotage yourself, right? How can you be honest with yourself enough, or even aware and conscious enough that you're self-sabotaging? So there's my analogy, my peeling garlic analogy. If you're peeling lots of garlic and you don't feel like doing it anymore, and suddenly garlic just starts slipping out of your hands into the garbage, and you're just like, whatever, just to get through the garlic, that is self-sabotage right there. There must be, I could probably write an entire book. If I just kept doing this and did like multiple streams of this, I'm pretty sure I could probably come up with like, with an entire book, like philosophy while peeling garlic. That'd be a good channel. You're gonna draw me my profile picture? You're gonna draw my profile picture, or you're gonna draw something else? La Boo Boo. D La Boo Boo. My kitchen actually smells good right now. This garlic smells delicious. Just this process. Am I going to keep complaining while I'm peeling garlic? I put myself up to this, right? Are people allowed to complain? Here's a fun poll. I'm not going to touch my phone while I'm doing this, but the poll is, should people be allowed to complain about the things that they put themselves through? So like, if you choose to run a marathon, are you allowed to complain the whole marathon about how much it sucks if you chose to run it? Right? If I chose to peel this garlic, should I quit my whining and just do it, or what? This is an hour-long live stream about garlic. So far, it could go longer. I don't even know if I get the paintings. I thought this could be way faster. I don't know why I thought it would be. I just didn't expect this much garlic to be at my door, even though I ordered it today. Maybe I expected much bigger cloves, and just like not this many. But I will say some of these cloves are pretty big, and fortunately, they're coming off pretty easy. But it's all these other smaller cloves of garlic, right? Like we get big chunks like these, and then we get these little chunks like these, and it's almost like it's not even worth it to peel the smaller ones at this point. But my gosh, garlic is so delicious. Who else likes garlic? Garlic's also really healthy for you too, from my understanding. Alexa, what are the health benefits of garlic?
According to the NIH, currently, garlic is used as a dietary supplement for many purposes, including high blood cholesterol, high blood pressure, and atomic plague, as well as in attempts to prevent cancer and other diseases.
Wow, did you hear that? That's from Alexa. That's not from me, by the way, okay? So, disclaimer.
There's conflicting evidence
That's all from Alexa. So, you know, disclaimer, Alexa off. Disclaimer, Alexa is not an expert in the medical field, so always do your diligence and, you know, do your research, check with your doctor. Why do I have to add a disclaimer for Alexa? Because this is my channel and I have to protect it. I have to be conscious that people might come into this channel and might take the advice the wrong way. It's important to take your health seriously. You know, go to regular doctor visits, eat healthy food, yada yada yada. All the important stuff, right? Disclaimers. Take care of your body and your body will take care of you. All right, I would say that I'm a little bit over a third of the way done. I'm not quite halfway, but this will feel so rewarding once we're done with it. Pookie, what are you doing? So look at this. We've got all these beautiful little pieces of garlic so far, and we still have this much left. But a lot of these pieces are like smaller pieces. And here we go. All right, it's going. I think I've got like a system going. You start from the bottom. You start from the bottom. All of life's gifts require some work, right? Garlic is a gift. You start from the bottom and you go up. And you peel the skin up, and that helps to separate it easy. Nice and easy. Let's go like this. There we go. Keep peeling the garlic. Not bad. I'm getting the hang of this. What's up, Dave? I'm pushing walks for the machine. Dave, are you saying I'm selling out? What is Dave saying? He's always so mysterious. All right, this is not a good piece. Well, piece of garlic. I push everything for the machine, Dave. I'll push anything and everything. I am a free agent. Dave, if you wanted me to push you, I would totally do it for a fee. Like, I'm a free agent. Like, if I was another career, I won't push anything and everything, right? Don't twist my words, which I know is easy to do. But I will sell I would push most products that have a positive, even a mildly positive effect on a human being. Whether it makes their life easier, or makes them happier, or whatever. That's what I mean by anything and everything. It can't be harmful. All right. Here we go. All right, we're like halfway done with this. And at some point, I'm just going to leave it as, do the garlic confit, but like chop up the rest of the garlic to save for later. We're going to save half the garlic confit, and then half the garlic for a different thing. Hit the bell. I feel like Kate actually works for like a different channel because like, how did you come up with hit the bell? I would have never thought to say hit the bell. Like I never thought for anybody to be like, oh yeah, like and hit the bell. Where does that come from? Is that an actual thing? Like hitting the bell? Do people actually say that? Oh my gosh, look at this one, this little chopped one with 100 different little heads on it. That's not gonna do. You gotta pick and choose. Pick and choose your clothes wisely. You know, I've probably peeled more garlic in just this past hour than most people have peeled their entire lives. Because up until this point, I've never peeled this. I mean, maybe I've peeled like half the amount of garlic, but never exactly this many. That's a lot of years that I've been alive. I've been alive a lot of years. More seconds than most people can count. You know what's crazy? So let's just say I'm 27 years old. If someone was to count the seconds that it took to get to 27 years old, it would probably take about 27 years, right? If every number, or at least like half, like 13 years maybe. Alexa, how many seconds are in 27 years?
27 years is 851.5 million seconds.
851.5 million seconds. So let's just say someone was to count, and some of those numbers, when you get to when you get to the hundreds or the thousands or millions, like the numbers actually take a few seconds to say. So if you were to count all the seconds up to 27 years, it would take you longer than 27 years, is my bet. I see. So Kate is old school. Kate is an OG YouTuber. You know what I was going to do? I was actually planning to chop up some of these garlics so that I have some chopped garlic, but I don't think so. Let's see, my last product review was at about 40 minutes. So now I think we're going to go, let's mark this. This one's going to be an hour. I'm trying to mark it because I'm going to make a few different videos from these. I'm gonna split these up into different product reviews. How about that, huh? Is that a good way of? Oh, I keep losing my garlics. It's a good way to use your time, right? What's up, Pookie? Why are you making grunting noises? It's just what she does. She makes grunting noises. It's my cat. But thanks for constantly reminding people. Shout out to Kate. She's my my greatest viewer, day in and day out. She's usually number one. Because she's constantly reminding people to like and subscribe. The greatest viewer. Except for maybe Omizu. Omizu's number one. Usually. But a lot of times, for how long Kate's been viewing, she's usually the top one here. So that deserves some celebration. Celebrate that. Celebrate your wins. That would be a cool reward, like viewer of the month. Instead of like employee of the month, it's like viewer of the month, if you could make that happen. Carly is back with an announcement. Do you have an announcement, Carly? Do you have an announcement for us? I'm just peeling garlic right now. That's it, just peeling garlic. You know what? We're gonna wrap up this pot here soon. This pot of garlic, and we're going to fill this with olive oil. Let's see. I just want to cover it with olive oil, maybe a few more. Let me see. Grab a couple more pieces. A couple more pieces of this one of the bigger pieces. Pieces are getting smaller and smaller. Some of them aren't even worth peeling. That's at least like 4 or 5 pieces of garlic there. All right, magic time. Let's do this magic, right? As I said, I like to wash my hands a lot when I cook. Let's set this stove up. We're going to set this stove to 250 to 250. We're going to set our stove to 250. Let's get our chopper. Let's get the chopper. Let's get the chopper. Get the chopper. Where's the chopper? Find our chopper. Chopper. Wash my hands again. I wash my hands so much, way too much when I cook. Oh, start. Alright. And here we go. So, what did I peel all of that garlic for? If y'all could smell it, it would actually smell pretty good right now. But for this, what we're going to do is we're going to drench this in olive oil. So let's get an already open gallon thing of olive oil right here. That's sesame oil. It's okay because I got this huge gallon, or it's 3 liters? 3 liters of olive oil. But I'm just going to use this extra light taste olive oil. And we're just going to drench it. There we go. Just pour it all in. Cover all of it. Cover all of your garlic. And this is just going to create like a delicious butter. Like a delicious garlic butter. It's pretty much what it becomes. Use a lot of olive oil. But it is so, so worth it. This little treat here. Let's see if I can separate some of this. So I don't have to open up the new tub yet. I'm trying to see if I can actually fit all this in here. Almost. There's a bit more. Nope, not gonna do it, so. Olive oil, delicious. Ooh, that's actually pretty good. Yummy. Finger looking good. Alright. Just straight olive oil. Yummy. Yeah? Alright, what's the announcement, Carly? Do I need another cat? No, I don't need another cat. We got 4. We have 4 cats. Maybe later. Maybe in a little while. So I'm going to add just a little bit more olive oil. And this is extra virgin olive oil. And here, let's make sure that it's all submerged. All right, so here we go. So what this is gonna be in just a couple of hours is gonna be the most delicious garlic oil spread you could ever possibly imagine. That's all the work that was required. That's all I'm doing for now. You just stick it in the oven for 2 hours and you should be good to go. 1.5 to 2 hours is the key. So I'm just gonna do about 2 hours. Alexa, set timer for 2 hours.
2 hours. 7 minutes.
Now, what are we going to do with the rest of this garlic? We've got a lot to do, actually. So here we go. We're actually going to use our chopper. A little garlic chopper. We're just going to do some more prep work. Are you just being nice, Carly? How can you possibly know if I'm a great cook if you've never tasted my food? Or do you just feel as if somebody who's willing to peel this much garlic is probably an okay cook? At least mediocre, right? Like, I feel like if you're willing to peel this much garlic, you actually care about garlic and you realize the potentials of garlic and you've experimented with enough garlic that you would feel like it's worth it to make a video, do a live stream while peeling garlic. And as I said earlier, I probably only ever do this one time, this much garlic at once in this one video. Unless I was trying to go for like a Mr. Beast video, like peeling 1,000 pieces of garlic for the views or something like that, right? Unless I was doing that. I don't think I would ever do that, though. Mr. Beast is someone else, by the way. Like, he is not a regular human being. Hence why he's so successful. Like, some of his videos, he would say somebody's name, Logan Paul, like 100,000 times or something. Did anyone ever watch those videos? Was it ever confirmed if they were real or not? Or just looped? But anyway, this whole idea, he's somebody else. He is a whole different level of human being as far as making YouTube videos go. Because not only did he do those things, but he was the first. So it's not like, me trying to copy him trying to copy someone. Or maybe he was copying people. I don't know. But we are almost through our thing of garlic. Mr. Beast has a restaurant. I should open a restaurant. Huzzah, the restaurant. One day, my paintings will be in my restaurants. And all that. Right? Almost done with the garlic. I went through 17 heads of garlic bulbs. Peeled all of them. And I might smell like garlic tomorrow, but I love the smell of garlic. Now, I don't like to smell like garlic going into, an office wearing a suit. But if I did, I wouldn't feel too bad. I think garlic breath gets a bad name. It's just a very strong odor. It's not bad. Garlic breath is interesting. Right now I'm just saying stuff. I don't actually know if I believe that. The things you say when you live stream. Just know that what I say can change in seconds, or it could change in hours, or it might never change at all. But just know that anything I say can be up for change, which means nothing I said should be taken as an absolute fact or anything. All right. Should not be taken as gospel. If you're looking for the gospel, go to church. All right, we're about to do another product review here in this live stream, actually. Carly feels bad for me. Why do you feel bad for me, huh? You don't have to feel bad for me. What have I done that would make you feel bad for me? There's nothing about me to feel bad about. If you're talking about me complaining about garlic for these past few hours, you know, that's really nothing to feel bad for because it's self-inflicted. You know, I did this to myself. I said this morning that I'm going to take, even though I know that I could probably go out and buy already peeled garlic somewhere and make this garlic confit, even though I knew that I could do that, I chose to peel my own garlic. 15 tubs of it. But before we go any further, let's do another product review. So I want to do this quick review of our OXO chopping device. And let me actually bring this a little bit closer here. Let's get more intimate, friends. Let's get a little bit more intimate. And I want to tune the attention onto this chopping device here. So I've got this OXO chopping device, and you know what it's used for is for chopping, as you might imagine. It's for chopping. So I've already got a bunch of garlic in here, as you can see, and let's just go ahead and chop. You just press down and see how close we could get. How fine we can get this garlic here. And you know what? It doesn't get super fine, but they do get some nice little chunks. And look at that. You know, not bad. Not bad. Some nice little chunks of garlic that we can just go ahead and store for future use. So I learned this trick from someone on the internet. Basically what you do is you take whatever ingredient, like garlic or onion, and you just dump it into a Ziploc bag, and then you just put it away in the freezer until you need it, because this stuff is like perfect for freezing. So I'm gonna get some more garlic. Let me get some more garlic to chop up here. Well, let me use a spoon to scoop it out before I get the next batch, because otherwise I don't want, like, you know, some garlic to be so fine and then other garlic to be like, you know, not so fine. But that's our review of the OXO, and as you can see, it worked pretty well. It's a little bit challenging to clean because you got to take it apart, and the blades are really sharp, so you got to be careful. But other than that, I mean, you know, as long as you're careful, like with anything that you should be using with sharp objects, as long as you're careful, you'll probably be okay. That's that. Actually did a good job. So it doesn't quite get as, you know, far as if you were to grate them, use a grater. It's not that fine, so you don't release some of the the liquid inside, but it gets pretty close. Close enough for me. Which means I like my OXO thing, whatever you call it, the OXO cutter, OXO chopper. So we're just gonna dump them onto this little tray here. This tray is designed for that, I guess. All right, let's go. And I guess, as far as vegetables go, you could do this with the smaller vegetables. I tried it with the big onion and just dumped a big piece of onion inside. It didn't really work. I definitely think you have to use it for smaller. If you're gonna do an onion, you gotta do at least some cutting of the onion. I think it works perfectly for garlic, and that's enough for me. If you just want some really nice minced garlic. Really finely cut garlic, not grated, just nicely cut, nicely diced and chopped and whatever. I think the proper term is minced. Minced, I guess, is when you get it really, really, really fine, but not totally grated fine. Top fans. The top fan, Carly Kate. Kate and Carly. Actually, I don't think Carly's ranked in a while. Carly has not reached a top rank in the fandom of Emmett Ferguson, but regularly visiting. So thank you. By the way, if you've ever wondered whether you should stream or not, yes, do it. Why not? I think the only person that should not stream is if they're like a super, 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 super private person and they just can't imagine, just having the world know about them. And that I would understand, right? That's something you have to get used to. Even if you don't like your own voice or you don't like, your appearance or something, I've heard of that being a reason why some people don't like to stream. They don't like their own voice. They don't, want to be seen on camera or whatever. Even if you don't, that's stuff you could be worked on, right? That stuff can be worked on. And if you have the desire to do so, you can do it. You should do it. Whether it be for cooking, gaming, playing poker, playing chess, just walking around the city, running, all of these things are worth streaming because there are people looking for people that do these activities, and that should sometimes be enough. All right, let's see. We've got about a dozen or so, 20 pieces of garlic left. I might not even do them all because they're really small pieces. But maybe I will. Let's see. I'm a completionist. If you're number 2, who's number 1? Let me see. Am I getting all the chat messages? Sometimes YouTube doesn't send me all the chat messages. Only send me the top messages. All right, let's go. And yes, if you're wondering, if you've been in my streams before and you're like, oh, you did art, now you're doing cooking. Yes, I am. But more than expanding, more than skipping from one thing to another, it's more so just inviting people into these conversations. Dave, if you write me a 500 word essay on why Kate deserves to have her wrench back and be #1 top fan. I will reinstate her wrench for 1 day, so long as she doesn't ban anybody that shouldn't be banned. How badly do you believe in Kate? I mean, how much do you believe in Kate? And it can't be written by ChatGPT either. I'm gonna cross-check it with ChatGPT and analyze the writing to make sure that it's not written by ChatGPT. Honestly, I don't even know. Is ChatGPT even capable of writing an essay for Kate on behalf of Kate? Because they would have to, first of all, have access to this live stream and be able to know who Kate is. Know a little bit about the community aspect of this live stream. They would have to have that, right? They couldn't just be like, oh, well, Kate should have this because of this. Or X, Y, whatever. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Elemental P. Q, R, S, T, U, V. W, X, Y, Z. So one of my mentors has said, you're not going to be replaced by AI. You're going to be replaced by somebody who knows how to use AI. So let's do another quick demo here. Let's do another quick OXO chopper dicer slicer demo here. So this is the OXO. I've got a nice little batch of garlic right here that I'm going to dice and chop. Let's just go ahead and pop this right on top. That's it, right? You just pop it on top. Let me move this. And this is supposed to rotate and chop at the same time. Make sure this will definitely work out your wrists and your fists. It'll get you really good at hit the gopher or whatever that game is. What's it? Gophers or something? Is that the game I'm talking about, or is there something else? And look at that. Look at that nice chop right there. Nice chop. It's not overly fine. It's not as fine as I would love it, but it is finely chopped. It's okay. It's good enough for what we need. Let's just scoop some of this out here. And what's great is that all the pieces come apart, so you can just wash it really easy. So we're gonna do one more batch of this garlic, and then I can actually do a little demo of the chopper, cleaning the chopper. Get the chopper. Get the chopper for the chopping. This. Almost done. We got through almost 100. We peeled almost 100 pieces of garlic. It feels like at least 100 pieces. 100 cloves of garlic. Well, let's see. I had total of 15, 15, 17. And if we say each one had at least 10 of these, 10 cloves attached, which I think is fairly reasonable. Yeah, almost 200. More than 200 pieces of garlic tonight. Wow. Is that a world record for how many pieces of garlic were peeled on a YouTube live stream? Is that a world record, people? Did I just set a world record? Where's Guinness? Guinness, where are you? I'm pretty sure I set a world record. I don't know anybody else who has peeled as much garlic as I have on a YouTube live stream in 2025 in this amount of time. I must hold a world record on something. I do love the world records now, though. Like they're like the most ridiculous things, but the only reason why people are setting records is because no one's ever tried them before. Like the record number of times someone has typed on a keyboard while skiing down Mount Everest. That would actually be a pretty cool record. But I mean, like, you know, you get what I'm saying. It's like records that no one has ever attempted before, and that's the only reason why they work as records. Like smashing most amount of coconuts smashed with their head in 10 minutes. Or most amount of knives sharpened with a cinder block. Just like wild things that no one's ever tried. And that, awesome enough, nobody probably will ever try. But we need these world records. We need world records. Most amount of spoons balanced on their nose. So you need some help. UV rhinestone or glittery ones for bubbles and water. UV rhinestones or glittery ones? I say go with the UV. Right? I think when you say UV, you mean like under UV light it shines. People love UV. There's an audience for it. There's definitely an audience that will just go bonkers over the fact that it's UV. They're like, wow, you did UV. That is so unbelievable. But if you do glitter, I mean, glitter is kind of like, I don't know how old you are. You don't need to tell me. You just, you keep your age to yourself and your privacy and all that. But the reason why I'm bringing up age is because, like, if you use glitter, people are going to think that you're like, a 14, 13, 12-year-old artist, right? Like, but if you use like UV, they're automatically going to think that you're, if someone's selling the work for you or something or looks at it. If it was glitter, they'd be like, oh, did your little sister do that? Or did your little brother make that, right, with glitter? But if you use UV, they'll be like, whoa, this person's got an edge. They did UV. I don't even know how to do UV. So I guess the real question isn't so much whether you should use UV or glitter. I guess it depends on, it's really who's it for, and what do you want them to think of you when they look at it. Those are the questions that need to be answered, rather than letting someone decide for you. Because if you let a 10-year-old decide for you, they're probably going to go with the glitter. They're going to go, oh yeah, glitter's cool. I love glitter, right? But if you ask someone who's like my age, then obviously glitter just doesn't seem so exciting. So UV rhinestones. That's what I would say. UV rhinestones. There you go. There's my answer. There's my pitch. There's my... Do my cats ever try to eat my paint or play in my paint? My cats don't try to eat my paint, but my cats do sometimes climb onto surfaces where my paint is, including my actual paintings and like the table and stuff. which that actually causes problems because then it gets all over and follows them and whatever. All right, we're gonna do one more demo of this, and then I'm actually gonna show how to take this all apart. But this is 1 hour and 30 minutes. So we're gonna do one more OXO demo. All right, and here we are with our OXO chopper here. This is the OXO chopper. I don't know if it's pronounced OXO. I just wanted to show how easy it is to just chop some garlic or mince it and then get it nice and clean. So all I need to do is insert all the garlic. I already had the garlic peeled. That's the hard part, right? The garlic is the hard part. Getting it peeled, get it right into here. There's a cover, lid, and that's it. However fast you can do that is how fast you're going to chop your garlic. And let's pop it open. And just look at all that great minced. I guess that's the word is minced, right? Minced garlic. I think that's the definition of this type of garlic right here. Let's see, what do I do with this garlic? So what I'm gonna do with this garlic is just freeze it. This garlic is all just going into the freezer. So I'm just gonna put this here. Let's pop this baby open a bit more so that I can just, take some of this garlic and just slide it in. Just get all of the excess garlic. And now you're probably wondering, how do you actually clean this thing? Fairly simple. You push down and then twist. You should always read the instructions because it might change. You twist and then pull this off. And then once you twist that off, all of it comes apart, including the blades. So you got to be very, very careful. You don't want to, let your 2-year-old handle this thing. It's not safe for people who don't know how to handle sharp objects, right? This is very, very sharp. All of the edges, all the corners are very, very sharp. And basically you just got to rinse it off. So just rinse off all the individual pieces and parts. If you want to give it a nice soapy wipe down, you could stick it in your, you could probably stick it inside. I think they're all dishwasher safe. All the pieces are dishwasher safe, but I'm just gonna rinse it off. All these pieces you can rinse every part of this. Rinse this part. Rinse this part. There we go. A nice little rinse of that. And then you rinse the inside here. And that's really it. You just stick this back on. Gotta stick this back in here. Let's get this back in here. And again, once you get this in, it's really, really, really sharp. So be careful. Every single little corner is sharp. So again, this is not a device for people that don't do well with sharp objects. AKA, if you're very clumsy, have somebody else clean it. Once it's stored in here though, it's pretty safe, right? Once you use it just for chopping, if you don't have to clean it, whoever is cleaning it needs to be safe with it. That's it, That is it. That is the OXO device. And I could do soap and water and use it in the whatever that thing is, the dishwasher. I'm just gonna leave it like this for now. I'm not gonna go all out on cleaning here right now. Could. And that is it. Let's check this garlic out. So, got this garlic here. I'm just gonna store this in a freezer. I didn't get as much as I wanted because so much of it is in the garlic confit. But all you need to do, you store this in a freezer and you've got enough garlic for multiple meals. Let's take this trick a little bit further. We're gonna prep some green scallions here. So I love scallions. Scallions are delicious. We're just gonna take some scallions, rinse them off, freeze them, and then cook them. About 130. I think 130, 40, 130, and then we're gonna go to 136. I'm just trying to remember times for this. So we can actually move this thing right here, this garbage can. And I got this great knife. Let's do a little review of this great knife that I got. So this is pretty sweet. This knife has a sheath, but here's what's also cool about it. It has a sharpener in it. So every time I put the knife in and take it out, it's gonna sharpen. So that is awesome. That is just really cool in my opinion. So we're just gonna chop it nice and safely, right? Nice and safe. Always curl your fingers in. Actually, streaming and cutting at the same time is probably not a good idea. But you know, I'm just gonna go extra slow because you get distracted, you know, and when you get distracted, all sorts of things can happen. So I don't recommend streaming and chopping at the same time, especially with a really sharp knife. Don't do it. And I'm not a trained professional. I know I should, you know, use that disclaimer. Like, oh, well, these are done by trained professionals. But I'm actually not a trained professional at chopping. So I just have to be extra careful. This is not recommended to stream and chop at the same time. And I usually just chop the whole thing too. I usually go all the way down to the bulb, and because I like the bulb, it's got flavor to it. You know, the bulb has flavor. Bulb has flavor too. So let's just keep going. One day I could probably do a prank to viewers and be like, oh, I cut myself, but I'm not going to do that. I don't want to do that to anybody. There are some chefs or cooks that might make fun of my chopping technique. That's fine. I don't care. I'm not trying to impress anybody. If you think that I have a very poor chopping technique, great. Thank you. All right. And what do we do with this? We just stick it into... Okay, with glitter inside rhinestones, still find glitter in your house from 2008. So what do we do with it? Just take the scallions and I'm going to stick it in this bag and then we're going to freeze it. So as much as I could fill into here, we're just going to grab and we're going to freeze. You can have scallions for days, weeks, months. Got another scallion, rinse it off. Get the rubber band off. Let me draw my hand so that this knife isn't too slippery. Let's chop, chop, chop. Let's actually go around the other way to the bulbs. Chop the bulbs up. There we go. Chop these bulbs. Kept the rubber band on this time, which is making it a lot easier to chop. There we go. All right. That's a good idea. Keep that rubber band on while you chop. Let's go ahead and do that again. We're going to have scallions for days. Welcome back, Carly. The room was not the same without you. It's like when Carly's not here, Kate has nobody to be friends with. All right, so let's go like this. There we go. All right, round 2, scallion number 3. I love doing things in bulk. Because when you do things in bulk, you never have to worry about like going to the store all the time. It just makes things so easy. Things in bulk are great. So again, safety. I'm telling myself this, really. It's not really for anybody else except myself. But safety, right? Because I'm streaming and talking and trying to explain things with a sharp knife is not a good combination. So if I start to say things that don't make sense, it's probably because I'm more focused on chopping than I am of making sense. Just so you know. Some people might be able to chop and talk at the same time. Not me. Not me. I can only do one thing, one or the other. Paint, yes. Painting I can do and talk at the same time. Chopping, no. Getting every last bit. Alright, so that's one bag. That'll last us a little while. The only problem with using this much scallion is when you have this much, you start using that much. You start thinking, oh, I've got plenty, so just use a lot. Rather than if you have to go shopping at the store every single time, if you have to go to the store every time, you're less likely to use as many, right? But it just adds so much flavor to your food. Any sort of bulbous plant, right? Garlic, onion, shallots, any of those things, they all just add so much flavor. All right, so back to chopping. Chop, chop, chop. I'm not a fast chopper. But it helps that this knife is really, really, really sharp. You can even hear how straight, how good of a chopper it is. So I'm tell you, David was an actor for Avenger. What are you talking about, David? David was an actor for the Avengers? What? Is that true? We're not talking about old school Dave, are we? No, that would be David. That would be Dave. So we're talking about a whole different person right now, right? We're not talking about old school Dave. We're talking about just another David somewhere. Somewhere on this planet, there's another David who worked on the Avengers. So this is another scallion. We're just gonna keep going with these scallions, you know, just rinse them off and chop them. Rinse them off and chop them. In my personal opinion, by the way, as far as scallions go, you know, I don't get too in depth with like cleaning them and washing them, because they're usually when I use them, it's gonna be on a really hot skillet. So I feel like anything that would get onto them would pretty much be burned off. So let's get to the chopping. Get the other side of the bulbs too. Ooh, look at all these likes and hearts and all these cool things. Thank you. Who's sending all that love? Who's sending me all the love? Thank you. Whoever that is, I appreciate you. Even if you choose to remain anonymous, just know that in some universe where I know who you are, I am thanking you in person. All right. We have one scallion left, and we're actually going to try to fit it in this. I don't think it will. Maybe it won't. I don't think it will, actually. I might have to use one of my onion bags for it. You know what? Scallion and garlic doesn't sound too bad together, right? Scallions and garlic, I think they actually make a good flavor together. So we might just mix our scallions with the garlic, the bag of garlic that I just made. I don't always want to mix flavors, but it doesn't seem like a bad idea. So I'm mixing these scallops with these scallions with my shallot batch right now. I'm gonna freeze this. Smush that down just a little bit. Smush it down. Not too much, just a little bit. I learned this trick from a YouTube video, by the way. Basically, any of these like bulbous, watery plants, just stick them in the freezer. So you always have some. So this is the batch of garlic that we just made, and we're actually gonna put our last scallion into this. Our last scallion here. Last one. Here we go. The other side now. Magic. Alrighty, people. And that's not all. This is not all we're going to do tonight. We're actually going to cook some meat. So far we've only done some veggies on this. I'm going to cook some pork. And I want to experiment. So I want to experiment with this like ramen recipe that I saw. So what I got to start with is I don't like this pot. I don't really want this pot. Well, you never know. I might use it. We'll see. Let me see my other options as far as pots go for cooking. What's going on in here? There's all sorts of stuff in here. Use a paper towel to wipe it off. We're going to be right back. Give me a moment. We'll be back. All right, we're back. All right, we're back, and here's what we're gonna do now. Something I haven't tried before. We're gonna try to make some ramen. I've actually never made ramen before. Like a homemade ramen. So I got some pork belly here. These are sliced. I'm gonna slice them even thinner now. But I'm gonna use this. Actually, you know, I should rinse this board off just a little bit. Wipe off this in here. So. So I got a nice cast iron skillet here, so I get the heat really high. You know what? I want to cook this in bacon. I want to cook this. Can I get this? I want to cook those in bacon juices. So I'm gonna make myself a couple pieces of bacon here, just so I could get the oil from the bacon. You know, the fat from the bacon to use as my main ingredient here. What I want to do, what is this apple doing? Here's one slice of an apple. All right, let's get some nice bacon. We've got 2 smoked bacons. And I'm gonna separate these into 2 pieces. And cut 2 pieces off of here. So I can make myself some bacon, but also fit it into a tray. And then we can use the bacon fat, the oil off the bacon, to cook to sear our pork bellies. And hopefully there's enough bacon oil, because I think bacon oil soaks up really easily. So let me see if I get can I get a widescreen view of this? Let's see, what are we doing here? We're gonna do 2 separate things. Can't see both. Can't see both at the same time. All right, so let's start with this. We're gonna do, let's set our cast iron skillet to some high heat here, get it going. And let's just chop these 2 pieces of bacon. We're literally just gonna take 2 slices of bacon here. You know what, maybe separate it into 3. No, just 2 pieces. 2 pieces. Once you get these 2 pieces, we're going to separate them and prepare them for our hot skillet here. But while we're waiting, we might as well let this sit over to the side. We got these, look at these nice, beautiful, thick slices of bacon. I don't know if I have vegans or vegetarians who watch this channel. I'm sorry if this was not an ample enough warning. And here's what we're going to do. We're going to slice these pork bellies a little thinner, a little smaller, so that we can fit them into a bag. We get a nice, solid cooking of them. So I want to try this new trick that I learned from a YouTube guy. So we're going to chop each of these into an even smaller piece of pork fat, or of pork. So we're going to go like this. Still got scallions on, but that's okay. It's not another meat. This was, if I was preparing chicken on this, I would probably I would probably clean off the thing again. But since this is just scallions and vegetables that were on it, I'm just going to go ahead and reuse it without too much cooking. So just going to cut 2 pieces out of each of these. These are pork bellies. Just get a bunch of nice little slices so it's easier to cut in the future when we're ready. And all I really want to do once I get this all going is to I want to cook the bacon first, so I could have a couple pieces of bacon. But then what I want to do is I want to get this pork fat to sear these pork bellies. I want to sear them and then boil them to create the broth. And then we want to marinate them in soy sauce. So that's the goal. That's what we're going for, in case anybody's wondering what we're doing right now. That's where we're gonna get going. So we'll get these pieces right here. So some nice pork bellies right here waiting. Got our few pieces of bacon. So once I get this cooking here, let's get this nice hot stove here. I just want to get the bacon fat. I want to cook with the bacon fat is my goal, right? So not only do I want some bacon, but I also want to cook with the bacon fat. Let the fat just come right off. Wash, clean this off. Alright, so we're letting the bacon cook itself. Kid, Infinity Gauntlet, 6 stones. Cool, thank you. Thank you for informing us. Let's go ahead and flip this bacon to the other side. Woo! Look at that. Look at that high heat bacon. I'm going to throw this other bacon right into here. And this last piece of bacon. Actually, you know what? I don't think this bacon will fit. You know what? It'll fit. Throw this last piece of bacon. And all I'm going for right now is I just want a nice oil. I want the bacon grease and oil to cook all of this pork belly on. I might have to add butter. I don't know yet, but we'll see. We'll experiment here. Let's turn on a fan. It's going to get really loud because I'm turning on a fan. Let's look at this bacon. Look at that beautiful, delicious bacon cooking in there. This is a smoked wood bacon or something. I don't know the exact name of it. I'm just gonna let it brown a little bit more. Almost done cooking it. I like my bacon nice and crispy, very crispy. Whew, look at that. Look at all that oil coming off. Beautiful. Oh, it smells so good. It smells so dang good right now. The bacon just is in a league of its own as far as the gifts of nature. And just so delicious. Take that bacon off, let this bacon simmer for a little bit longer. It's a really hot skillet. it's hard to tell if these bacon's cooked all the way through, so I'm gonna put that one back. No, I think it's good. Yep, this one's okay. So let the oil and the grease run off. And let this sit for a second. And now what else do I gotta do? So I want to prepare a second, I want to boil another pot right now. I'm going to boil this second pot here so we can get water. We're going to make a broth from this, I guess. This is an experiment for me, so. So this is still an experiment for me. What we're going to do is I want to take, I want to put our beef onto here, or our pork. Let it cook and brown. Oil is flying all over the place. I still haven't figured out how to safely handle oil, but oh, that is splashing. I'm in the splash zone. I gotta use this as a shield. There we go. Safety first. I don't really know how to work with oil safely or like bacon grease, so I kind of just like wing it. By the way, safety first. That's it. That's all I can say. Look at all the oil coming off though. That is a lot. That is a lot of oil. But fortunately, I don't need to cook this for too long. The whole point of this is really just to sear and brown it at a nice high heat. Let that sit for another 30 seconds. And then we're going to do the sides. We'll do the sides. And I want to let the fatty part cook for just a little bit longer. The fatty part top. I'm getting all sorts of burns, by the way. You definitely want to try to keep a nice little shield. Am I getting Cat to clean up the mess? Yes. No, so we got a deal. If I cook for the both of us, she'll clean most of the time. If I cook just for myself, I gotta clean up the mess. Alright, so we're just boiling some of it right now. We're going to take 4 more. This pan just isn't big enough. And here's the hack though. So as this boils in the water, it's supposed to create a broth. So it's supposed to be a nice tasty broth. That's just a pork broth. And that's how we're gonna cook the meat and also create a broth. That's the trick, that's the magic, that's what we're doing. Oh yeah, we should throw some scallions in here too. All that stuff that we just made is going into here. So let's get some scallion and garlic here. Let's throw that into the water. Throw some scallions and garlic into the water here. A little bit of garlic. Let's get this garlic that's at the bottom here. I'm gonna do a little nice big scoop of it. And here's what's cool. So you can already start to see the broth coming to the top, right? You can already see the pork having its effect on the pot, which is pretty cool because this is the first time I've ever done this and I'm pretty excited about it. Ah! That burns. It burns. It burns so bad. Alright. There we go. So we want to overcook the pork. We just want to get it enough to where the juices are sealed, and when we start to cook it, that it gets the job, right? That it does the job. So one more batch of this. And we're gonna go a second step further, and we're even gonna let this I'm gonna enjoy some of my bacon here. Sear the bottom, sear the side. And I don't know exactly how long I should put this in here for. I'm just kind of winging it, so. Go like this. See the sides. Sides are nice. Just get the fat part of it. So just get a nice extra. Get it heated nice and extra. You know, let's experiment. I don't actually know if this is a good idea, but we're gonna pour all this oil into here. How crazy is that? Let me do that. Let's do it. All of these delicious pork, bacon, fat juices. We're just going to let it. We're going to let it cook. It's really hot. Let's just. Ooh, yeah, look at that. Ooh, I like the sound of that. Mmm. Look at that. Don't you just love this little surface area of flavor? And we'll let this boil for a little bit. Cook up the meat. Let the meat soak nice. Anyone ever had that bacon flavored ramen? So good so far. This I gotta dump because it's tea and all the bacon oil got into it. So I'm gonna have to dump that, unfortunately. Really good tea too. Now what are we doing? We're just gonna sit and wait. We're gonna let all the fats and the oils and the whatever's come up from the meat, and let that just sit around for a little bit. Let it boil. Let it, create its own flavors, and let the flavors just soak into here. And we'll see how this turns out. I don't know. We'll I'm excited. But since I'm on a topic, let's talk about kitchen safety. So I used this earlier for vegetables, and then I didn't wash it, and then I did the pork cut on top of it. But now that I've cut pork on top of it, I feel like it's an important time to wash it, because I might use this again, so I'm going to wash this right now, just since I used pork. You got to be careful about your meats. I
I think some kitchens, people might like be extra cautious and they might like use totally different cutting boards for different materials. I think that's the best way to go. But I don't have another cutting board right now. So I'm just cleaning it now. Hey, what's up, dude? What do I want to say right now? Really not much to say. So just letting our pork cook for a little while, letting it boil. Trying to find a good spot to stick this pork, but it's not going in. Ah, there we go. So with this, not only are we making a pork broth, but we're also making cooking the what do you call it? The actual pork belly. Alexa, set timer for 5 minutes. I'm going to turn the temperature up a little bit to about 290. This because it doesn't really feel like it's working. And what do we do now? We just kind of like sit and wait. We just hang out in the kitchen. That's what I do. All right, let me wash off this knife actually real quick. That's what we gotta do. There's always something to do, right? Nice clean knife now. Making stuff happen. So what's going on if you're just tuning in? We're making a broth. We're making a ramen pork broth. And the way we're doing that was I cook some bacon. Use the bacon fat to sear our pork bellies, and I put our pork bellies into this water with a couple other ingredients, and now we're letting the water become the broth. And actually, you know what? I want to add some shallots into this thing. Oh, I don't think I'm gonna be able to get a shallot out. You know what? I'll just save the shallots for another day. Shallots shall be for another day. I shouldn't have covered them with my scallions. I don't really think that part through. But what's beautiful about what we got going on right now is all of this. Look at that. Look at this. Is today Friday? You know what? It's actually Friday. I just thought about that. So, this is my Friday cooking show. Friday cooking with Emmett Ferguson. So what's beautiful about this is a lot of the broth is coming up. And, you know, some of the broth from the bacon and everything, it's all in here. And it's creating this, like, beautiful, beautifully colored miso, or not miso, pork broth. I'm just going to let it keep cooking for a little while. And my only concern, because I've never done this before, is overcooking the pork. You don't want to undercook pork, but you know you can overcook it too, to the point where it's a little too, you know, You know, let me try something. I'm gonna turn it off. I'm gonna let it sit for a few minutes, and then I want to let it. I want to take our pork belly, and we're going to marinate our pork belly after it's been cooked. And how we're going to do that? We're going to take a plastic bag. I'm just afraid that it's going to get too hot. I don't want it to be too hot. So we're going to take this plastic bag here. Grab our industrial soy sauce. And in a few moments, we're going to mix that in there. What's up, Parvane? How you doing? No, let's just do it right now. It's really hot, though. I'm trying to think of... I'm just concerned I don't want to melt the bag. Alexa, off. I don't think it's hot enough to melt the bag, right? Ziploc bags are designed for some hot items. Let's just trust our Ziploc bag here and hope for the best. Three. 4, 2, 4, 6. So we're going to say 6, 4, 10. So we're going to say 5 pieces in each little pouch here. And it seems to be holding up. So now let's pour some cold soy sauce into here. Pour some cold soy sauce for our marinade. Some cold soy sauce and a hint of mirin. Cold soy sauce and a hint of mirin, some Chinese cooking wine. Just to marinate. Let that marinate for a little bit. Just a hint. Let's see how this goes. All right, so that's nice up in there. I'm just gonna close that up and shake it up. And just let that kind of do its thing and let it marinate. Morning. Oh, Pavane, it's morning where you are, huh? I'm just gonna let this all marinate and stuff. Let it soak into our pork belly here. Get another one of these bags. This way we can actually reuse the pork here. And this broth is going to be savable. So we can actually use this broth for multiple meals. I'd love to just be able to store this broth in a jar, but I don't think that's actually going to work. I gotta find a different way to. I have to find a way to store this somehow. Pour this soy sauce in here. There we go. Get a nice thick layer of soy sauce. Hit the mirin or Chinese cooking wine. And seal it up. Seal this up here. See this. Got this baby sealed up now. Water bath canning. Dave, what are you talking about, man? You need some context for what you're suggesting. So this one's a little bit lighter on our pork. And the other one's got a little bit more soy sauce, but I think this is it. You know, this is the technique here. This is the technique wherein which we create our delicious pork belly. And hopefully if we save this in the fridge, it'll come out just as good. And each of these could probably serve like, you know, one whole piece. So let's do something even better now. Let's actually make our ramen, our noodles. So we're actually going to cook the ramen separately. So this is the broth here. Let's grab. We have to clean a pot here. We're going to heat this up. Yo, yes, it's a ramen night. Experimenting with my first, like, totally, well, not totally from scratch. Like, I'm not hand making noodles, but like from scratch ramen. So far, it's been a 2.5 hour stream, but that's only because I spent the first hour and a half peeling garlic. But this ramen recipe I saw on Facebook this morning, and I just had to try it because I absolutely love ramen. Ramen is probably one of the greatest inventions on the planet as far as cuisine goes. And I've got this pork belly marinating, like soaking in. I do have one concern. I'm not sure if the pork belly is cooked all the way through. That's my biggest concern. I hope it is. Who knows? I'll have to figure it out. I should probably cook it a little longer. I don't know. What do I do? Because at this point it's marinated, it's seasoned. I guess I'll just have to be the dummy. I'll have to be the dummy and just try to flavor it myself. I bought this great bag of noodles today. Oh no, these are udon noodles. I don't want udon noodles. I want somen noodles. So I've got these organic somen noodles. So this is hopefully going to be the right noodle. We shall see how it goes. So I made my own broth. Yes, this is a pork belly broth. And I may have to pour it into its own jar if I can find a good jar to store it in. I bought these jars today, but I don't know if this pork broth will store well in this. You know what? Hopefully it does. All we can do is hope, right? This one should be clean. It's a smell test. It passes the smell test. What's really bothering me is how long it's taking this water to boil. This water should not take this freaking long to boil. It should be like real quick. Prepare a bowl. I need to prepare my own bowl here. God, what do? I have no bowls. Send the bowls. Oh, here we go. All right, I got some bowls over here. Ah, okay. All right, here we go. Got our water boiling. That's good, right? That's a good sign. All right, here we go. Some somen noodles. First time working with these noodles. Let's prepare some broth here. Don't need too much broth. Honestly, that could be watered down probably a little bit. Keep it nice and light. Oh, that broth is hot though. It is piping hot. Let's go. Grab our chopsticks because you know we're gonna use chopsticks for this, right? Let's stir give these noodles a little stir real quick. Make sure this is ready. Gonna cut up our pork. Let's do this. This is exciting moment right here. Let's cut up our pork. So we're gonna take 2 pieces of pork out of this bag. Yes, I just licked my fingers after using these. So get my 2 pieces of pork. Let's cut them nice and thin. So we're going to cut them from the top. Oh, here we're going to cut it sideways actually. Oh, actually, you know what? It's actually cooked pretty well. Not bad. Could be cooked just a little bit longer. But you know what? I'll use myself as the test guinea pig and just eat it. It's not totally. You know what? Let's just dump it in to our soup right now. It's good enough. What do you think? Nice piece of broth. It actually looks really good on camera. It's not as yellow in real life. I'm gonna throw a little miso in there. Hot dog water. Yo, that's actually not bad. Hot dog water probably tastes pretty good, honestly. So we're gonna throw a little scoop of miso in here as well. And we'll see. Hot dog water, whatever, call it what you want. I'm calling it my first attempt at a miso broth. All right. Put out these noodles here. Honestly, these even aren't even the ramen noodles that I would have wanted, but close enough. I think it'll start as a good stock, like a good stock, broth stock, even if it might not be the best. Best broth, but we're gonna have a flavor test here in just a moment. But before I forget, I want to get our water, our broth into this baby. Let's do it over the sink. We'll save that for another day. All right, you know what? I'm just gonna eat standing. Let's eat this right here. Oh, some garbage on my floor. Let's just eat this standing, huh? So this is what I use. Somin. It's not regular ramen. I couldn't find regular ramen noodles. But let's just see how this goes. We're gonna mix in our miso. And let's do a flavor test. Grab a spoon. Let's see. You know what? It's really light. You can barely taste. It's not as dense as the pork broth that you might get at a Japanese restaurant. So it needs a lot more flavor. There's not a lot of flavor in this. I actually even need to add salt, pepper. So basically what I'm saying is it tastes like water. Can't really taste the flavors, so that's okay. Next time. But I think at least we made a good stock for our future soups. We just keep making it until we get it. But all right, have a good dinner. You were so right that I don't know how to make ramen because the pork belly is actually pretty good though. It's all right, it's not the worst thing, not the worst ramen I've ever tasted. I mean, so many failures here. First of all, I'm using the wrong type of noodles. It's not even ramen noodles, so it probably can't even be called ramen. This is a really thin somen noodle. I don't know what the heck that is. It had the word MEN in it, so I thought maybe it's the same thing. The pork, as far as how it's cooked, actually came out pretty good. It could be a little bit more tender, but it's good. As far as the flavor goes, I wouldn't say it's very rich in flavor, but for a first attempt, not bad. And I don't know if anybody knows this about Japanese culture, but in Japanese culture, you're supposed to slurp if you like the noodles. So if you hear me slurping, it's because I'm liking my own noodles. But apparently in Japanese culture, it's acceptable to slurp. Slurp soup, slurp noodles. I would say this is a very this is a very fatty broth. I need to slurp more, huh? Slurp more. Mmm. Mmm. There's no MSG. So I added some miso. And no MSG. Not in this soup. But overall, sorry, I think MSG, as far as flavors go, MSG is probably one of the most flavorful, but most people don't want it, say they don't want it. I think MSG is probably one of the most beloved flavors on the entire planet. Even though people say they don't want it, they don't realize that it's in like every delicious tasting food in a restaurant. They all use it. That's a slurp. So here's the other thing. Would I actually drink this broth by itself? No, not really. You know what? It's not too bad, actually. It's not bad. It's really light. It's very oily, but very light. All right, now, final thing. Remember that thing we started making over an hour ago? Like 3 hours ago, pretty much. Alexa, how much time is left on the timer?
7 minutes and 30 seconds left on your 2-hour timer.
Ooh. Look at that. Delicious. Incredible. Garlic confit. So this is basically just straight up garlic in olive oil. And I'm going to share with you how good it spreads. So this is actually just regular bread from a Korean bakery. So it's not like it's not like, you know, grocery outlet bread. It's actually like really high quality bread from a Korean bakery. And let's take a look at this. Look at this magic that's about to happen here. So we're gonna grab a nice chunk of garlic. And we all know what garlic is like, right? Like it's got like a texture. And this is where the magic happens. Watch this magic right here. Watch this. This is the magic right here. Oh, look at that. Look at that spread. Look at this beautiful garlic spread. That's the magic that we all make garlic confit for. That is the magic right there. So you could just have this beautiful garlic spread. I'm just gonna take another bit of this. It's like butter, except it's garlic flavor. This is just amazing, you know. This is the one that's easy, not like it's too hard to mess up. Like it's harder to mess up than it is to actually not mess it up. But look at this. This would look better if it was on toast. Now it just kind of looks like a jam. But just imagine like this amazing garlic flavored bread. That's good. I just burned the roof of my mouth because I took a bite into this olive oil that's been baking in the oven for too long. But yeah. It's garlic bread, but oh yeah. That is some great garlic bread. Is Kat a vegetarian? No, she's not. This bread is delicious, by the way. I got it at the Korean bakery. It's so just absolutely soft and delicious. Oh. Wow. Very good garlic. I should really let it cook for a little longer, just to get a just to get a nice crisp on them. Because sometimes if you let it cook for longer, it'll get a nice crisp. No, it's just regular toast bread. but it is delicious. Oh. Mm. Pookie, get down before you ruin all of the oil. I could see her. I was just picturing Pookie. She was standing on top of my garbage lid, just totally tripping in the garbage lid, it falling, and suddenly she freaks out and starts knocking all of this oil and garlic all over the place. No. Mm. Now, gotta figure out how to store the garlic confit. Pookie, stop coming up here. Pookie, Pookie, get back. This jar is a little overkill, but that's okay. We're gonna. It might be too big of a jar. I feel like I'm gonna lose out on a lot of confit this way. Alexa, off. All right. Now for the final step. Let's bring this all to the sink so we don't make a huge mess. I'm just gonna pour this all in over the sink. Oh, this is slippery. Oh, that's hot. Let's see. Where's a good spot? I think we can do it right here. All right, can we do this? Can we pour all this in there without making a mess? We're gonna go from the corner. We'll try to go from the corner and just let it go in. Oh! Not a drop spilled. Absolutely perfect. There we have it. We've got our garlic confit. Once it cools down, we'll stick it in the fridge. Put both of these in the fridge. Let it soak, but right now I gotta clean my knife. So the one catch with this knife, this self-sharpening knife, that you pretty much have to wash it after every use, right after every use, and then immediately rinse it. That's it. What's up, Zariah? Welcome back. We're wrapping up our session of peeling garlic and cooking. So the results are okay. The soup was a little bland. The broth could have been a little bit better, but I didn't use MSG, which means MSG is a flavor in so many things that people don't even think about. Even when people say they don't use MSG, they do use MSG. So here we go. Check out this cool knife. It's got a sharpener. Bam. Dave, look at Dave, always trying to sound like a good guy. You know? Are you really? Do you clean up after yourself, Dave? Do you clean up after yourself, sir? So Kat's not even going to be home this weekend, so she cannot clean. Kat's not home this weekend, so I basically have to do all the cleaning and everything. But sometimes if she's home, after a lot of prep like this, she's willing to take part in the chores and the cleaning. But I'm not going to clean right now. I am done for now. Wiping off my face. Have I not entertained everybody enough? Who actually wants to watch me clean? Dave. It sounds like Dave wants to watch me do my own dishes. What a great, as much as I give Dave crap for being a troll, I do gotta say this, how else would it be possible to have someone who's literally willing to watch you clean dishes? That just blows my mind, right? There's someone out there in this world, aka Dave, who is willing to watch me wash my own dishes. That just blows my mind right now, because I don't even like watching myself do my own dishes. But here we are. Here we are. What is Umizu? What do you want to see? I have these alcohol. I shouldn't be talking about this on a live stream. No, that's not good. Never mind. I was going to talk about Topo Chico, but I don't know the age of everybody in this live stream, so I shouldn't talk about them right now. I had them for a little get-together that we had a little while ago. I'm not doing dishes right now. I am going to put them off till tomorrow. What do I want right now? I want a drink. I want a nice beverage of water. Have anything in here? What I want is a nice swig of water. I don't know how I feel right now. I feel very full. Lots of bread, lots of carbs this evening. Did I bake the bread? No, I did not bake the bread. You know, I'm not going to paint right now. I need to follow up on my phone messages and stuff. Oh. I'm gonna sit in the dark by myself. I'm just gonna sit in the dark by myself because Kat's not home this weekend. She's with her other family. No, I'm just kidding. I wouldn't be surprised if she had another family, but she is not home this weekend. So I get the place all to myself to wreak havoc. Wow. That was a lot of work. I don't think I have the energy to paint right now because not only is that food coma going to start kicking in, it's been a pretty long day. Oh, you know what I gotta do? I gotta actually feed my cats. I've done all this work feeding myself that I didn't feed my own cats. Excuse me. All right. So is it weird if I just sit here in silence? I got a light here. Let me see. Ah, there we go. There's a light. Whew. All right. What do we do now? I need to let that food digest. That was good. I like that. That was a good meal. Very rewarding.
Why can't Michael?
Let's go look at art. How about that? Let's do something. Let's do something art related. You're right. I should paint something or something. Am I gonna doom scroll? I'm just gonna sit here for a minute until I figure. Maybe we should do some drawing and see where it takes us. But my biggest drawing canvas is really not that big. I only have canvases for painting. All right, you know what? That's the end of tonight's stream. I suggest that everybody definitely go check out Omizu's. My food coma is starting to hit in. Probably fall asleep here, and I don't think I want to do the 24/7 stream where you actually fall asleep on camera. Well, let's see what else. I'm trying to think. So many ideas. Should we do a 24-hour cast? I mean, I would have to keep this stream until tomorrow. I don't think no, I can't because I have to go into work tomorrow. I picked up this book recently that I really thought would be good. I have a bookshelf. So what I'm looking at right now is on the other side of this camera is a bookshelf. It's all my art books, and I'm just looking at them, and I'm like, that's something I should probably do right now. Dave wants a story. A spicy book. No. Do I got a spicy book? I have a lot of non-fiction books. Oh yeah, you saw my cat? They're back there. They're definitely back there. There's one. She's definitely there. Fern. Fern, what you doing? What you doing, little girl? She's the one most people don't see. I turn off that light back there. We're doing story time. No, not story time. So many books here. You know what? I have a book in my room. I got a book in my room. Let's spread some love. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see how far we get in this book. So let's spread some love, people. This book is called Love, What Love Is and What It Isn't by Leo Buscaglia. So Leo Buscaglia is an interesting, very interesting author in personal growth, self-help. Love is open arms. In his mission to help people attain what he felt was their greatest gift, Leo Buscaglia famously developed a university course on love. This remarkable volume was the result of the interactions of students in his course. Here is what he found love is really about. Love is like a mirror. When you love others, you become their mirror and they become yours. One does not fall in or out of love, one grows in love. Love is open arms. If you close your arms about love, you will find that you are left holding only yourself. Love is for everybody who has ever reached out to touch the heart of another. What are my cat's ages? My cats are between the ages of 1.5 to 13, I think. If you feel something, let people know what you feel. Love is like a mirror. When you love others, you become their mirror and they become yours. Real love always creates, it never destroys. One does not fall in or out of love, one grows in love. Love is open arms. If you close your arms about love, you will find that you are left holding only yourself. I had a mentor that told me I should read this book. This book is dedicated to Tullio and Rosa Buscaglia. Let's see. To cheat oneself out of love is the most terrible deception. It is an eternal loss for which there is no reparation, either in time or in eternity. Now that's five. Five's a good age for a cat. So there's about 3, 6, 9, 12 chapters in this book. All right. Who's ready for this book? This book starts off with some very sensitive subjects. So if you're watching this at this very second, we're about to touch on some very sensitive subject matter that is not for everybody. Very sensitive subject matter. I just want to give that as a warning for this first chapter, the first couple sentences. Introduction. In the winter of 1969, an intelligent, sensitive female student of mine committed suicide. She was from a seemingly fine upper middle class family. Her grades were excellent. She was popular and sought after. On the particular day in January, she drove her car along the cliffs of Pacific Palisades in Los Angeles, left the motor running, walked to the edge of a deep cliff overlooking the sea, and leaped to her death on the rocks below. She left no note, not a word of explanation. She was only 20. I've never been able to forget her eyes, alert, alive, responsive, full of promise. I can even recall her papers and examinations, which I always read with interest. I wrote on one of her papers, which she never received, a very fine paper. I actually don't know if it's legal for me to I don't know if it's legal for me to actually read this book, right? Because it's like copyrighted or something. I don't know. Maybe for the sake of education or discussion. So anyway, what did I know? Full of promise. I can even recall her papers and examinations, which I always read with interest. I wrote on one of her papers, which she never received, a very fine paper, perceptive, intelligent, and sensitive. It indicates your ability to apply what you have learned to your real life. Nice work. What did I know about her real life? I often wonder what I would read in her eyes or her papers if I could see them now. But, as with so many people and situations in our life, we superficially experience them. They pass and can never again be experienced in the same manner. I was not blaming myself for her death. I simply wondered what I might have done, if I could have, even momentarily, helped. It was this question more than anything else that led me in that year to start an experimental class. It was to be an informal group with voluntary attendance where any student could be present or drop out at any time if he so desired. It was to be dedicated to personal growth. I did not want it to become problem-centered or group psychotherapy, nor an encounter group. I was an educator, not a psychotherapist. I wanted this class to be a unique experience in learning. I wanted it to have a definite yet loose framework and be of broad interest and import to the student. I wanted it to be related to his immediate experience. Students with whom I was relating were more than ever concerned with life, living, sex, growth, responsibility, death, hope, the future. It was obvious that the only subject which encompassed and was at the core of all these concerns and more was love. I called the class Love Class. I knew beforehand that I could not teach, in the formal sense, such a class. It would be presumptuous. I too was limited in my knowledge and experience of the subject. I was as actively engaged as any of my students in discovering what the real meanings of the word were. I would only be able to act as a facilitator to the students as we guided each other closer to an understanding of the delicate phenomenon of human love. My determination to start such a class was met with no resistance as long as it was taught free of salary and on my own time without load credit. Of course, a few eyebrows were raised by those who didn't consider love a scholarly subject, nor a serious part of a university curriculum. I was highly amused in the ensuing weeks by the odd looks I received from some colleagues. One professor, in discussing my plans over lunch in the faculty center, called love, and anyone who purported to teach it, irrelevant. Others asked mockingly and with a wild leer if the class had a lab requirement and was I going to be the primary investigator. Nevertheless, student attendance at the class kept growing until we had close to enrollment with 100 students per year. The students were of all ages, from freshmen to graduates, obviously of varying degrees of experience and sophistication. All were unique and, as such, had individual approaches to the subject and some special knowledge to share. This book is an outgrowth of Love Class. It is, as such, in no way intended to be a scholarly, deeply philosophical, or definitive work on love. It is rather a sharing of some of the practical and vital ideas, feelings, and observations which emerged from the group that seemed to me relevant to the human condition. It might be said that the classes and I wrote this book together. The book may be said to have over 400 authors. We never attempted, nor in 3 years were able to define love. We felt as we grew in love that to define it would be to delimit it, and love seemed infinite. As one student stated, I find love much like a mirror. When I love another, he becomes my mirror, and I become his. And reflecting in each other's love, we see infinity. That's a good intro. That's a very powerful intro to this book. Wow. All right, so this is a foreword. I'm not going to read the foreword. I guess if you're going to be good, I'm already falling asleep. But if you're going to be a good reader, you should read the foreword. But I'm not going to read the foreword. Let's skip to the juicy part of the book. Chapter 1. We are all functioning at a small fraction of our capacity to live fully in its total meaning of love, caring, creating, and adventuring. Consequently, the actualizing of our potential can become the most exciting adventure of our lifetime. Love is a learned phenomenon. At the turn of a century, a child was found in the forests of a small village in France. The child had been abandoned for dead by his parents. By some miracle, he did not die in the forest. He survived, not as a child, even though he was physically a human being, but rather as an animal. He walked on all fours, made his home in a hole in the ground, had no meaningful language above an animal cry, knew no close relationships, cared about no one or no thing except survival. Cases such as this, that of Kumala, the Indian girl, for instance, have been reported from the beginning of time. They have in common the fact that if man is raised as an animal, he will behave as an animal, for man learns to be human. Just as man learns to be a human being, so he learns to feel as a human being, to love as a human being. Psychologists, psychiatrists, sociologists, anthropologists, and educators have suggested in countless studies and numerous research papers that love is a learned response, a learned emotion. How man learns to love seems to be directly related to his ability to learn. Those in his environment who will teach him, as well as the type, extent, and sophistication of his culture. Family structure, courtship practices, marriage laws, sex taboos, for instance, all vary according to where one lives. The mores and folks' ways involved in love, sex, marriage, and the family are different. For instance, in Bali than they are in New York City. In Bali, for instance, the family structure is close. In Manhattan, it is loose and less structured. In Bali, marriage is polygamous. In Manhattan, at least for legal purposes, monogamous. Each man lives love in his limited fashion and does not seem to relate the resultant confusion and loneliness to his lack of knowledge about love. These facts concerning the effects of learning upon behavior appear self-evident when stated, yet they seem to have little, if any, effect upon the majority of people when applied to love. Most of us continue to behave as though love is not learned but lies dormant in each human being and simply awaits some mystical age of awareness to emerge in full bloom. Many wait for this age forever. We seem to refuse to face the obvious fact that most of us spend our lives trying to find love, trying to live in it, and dying without ever truly discovering it. There are those who will dismiss love as a naive and romantic construct of our culture. Others will wax poetic and tell you that love is all, love is the bird call, and the glint in the young girl's eyes on a summer night. Some will be dogmatic and tell you emphatically that God is love. And some, according to their own unique experience, will tell us love is a strong emotional attachment to another, etc. In some cases, you will find that people have never thought of questioning love, much less defining it, and object violently even to the suggestion that they even think about it. To them, love is not to be pondered, it is simply to be experienced. It is true that to some degree, all of these statements are correct, but to assume that any one is best or all there is to love is rather simple. So each man lives love in his limited fashion and does not seem to relate the resultant confusion and loneliness to this lack of knowledge about love. If he described to know about automobiles, he would, without question, study diligently about automobiles. If his wife desired to be a gourmet cook, she'd certainly study the art of cooking, perhaps even attend a cooking class. Yet it never seems as obvious to him that if he wants to live in love, he must spend at least as much time as the auto mechanic or the gourmet in studying love. No mechanic or cook would ever believe that by willing the knowledge in his field, he'd ever become an expert in it. In discussing love, it would be well to consider the following premises. One cannot give what he does not possess. To give love, you must possess love. One cannot teach what he does not understand. To teach love, you must comprehend love. One cannot know what he does not study. To study love, you must live in love. One cannot appreciate what he does not recognize. To recognize love, you must be receptive to love. One cannot have doubt about that which he wishes to trust. To trust love, you must be convinced of love. One cannot admit what he does not yield to. To yield to love, you must be vulnerable to love. One cannot live what he does not dedicate himself to. To dedicate yourself to love, you must be forever growing in love. A human child, newly born, knows nothing of love. He is totally helpless, mostly ignorant, dependent, and vulnerable. If left alone, uncared for any time before he is 6 or 7 years of age, he will most likely die. He will take longer to learn independence than any living creature, and it seems that as societies become more complicated and sophisticated, the time before independence is attained is extended to the point to which the individual remains dependent, if not economically, emotionally, until his death. As the human child grows, the world which surrounds him, the people interacting in his world, will teach him what love means. At first, it may mean that when he is hungry, lonely, in pain, or discomfort, he cries out. His cry may bring a response, usually someone who will feed him so he'll no longer feel hunger pains, hold him so he'll no longer feel lonely, remove or eliminate the source of his pain so he'll again feel comfort. These will be the first interactions which will teach him to identify with another being. He is still not able to relate his source of comfort to a human role, like mother, father, servant, female, governess, grandmother. It is likely that if a wolf, which has been known to serve this purpose for a child, were to fulfill his basic needs, he would form an attachment of need to the wolf. But it's not yet love, simply a need attachment. No matter, it is this first reaction interaction, one-sided and simple though it may seem, that eventually will lead to the complicated, multifaceted phenomenon, love. At this point, the attitude of the object upon whom the child depends and reacts plays an important role. The object, too, has needs, according to his needs, so he will respond to the child. The reinforcement for a mother's rising in the night and caring for the child and doing the 1,000 different chores required of the 20th century mother, for example, may be simply the feeling of fulfillment in having created life, or the smile of the child, or the warmth of the child against her body. But nevertheless, she'll need the reinforcement or she will abandon the child. According to how these acts meet her needs, she will respond in kind. It has been noted that in mothers of autistic, totally non-responsive infants, the mothers tend to pull away, to hold the child less, fondle and caress him less, and generally respond to him less. As a child grows, so does his world, and so do his attachments. His world of love is still limited, usually to his family, his father, his brothers, his sisters, but mostly his mother. Each family member in his turn will play a role in teaching the child something of love. He will do this by how he handles the child, how he plays or speaks with him, how he reacts to him. Certainly, no family member has ever set out deliberately to teach love to a child. Love is an emotion. That is true, but it is also a response to an emotion, and therefore an active expression of what is felt. Love is not learned by osmosis. It is actually acted out and acted upon. I'm already trying to find the end of this chapter. Well, we've only got a few pages left. In turn, each family member can teach only what he knows of love. The child will more and more act out what he's learning. These positive elements he expresses, which are approved and reinforced according to the family's feelings and beliefs, will be adopted as part of his behavior. Those elements of his expressed behavior, of which his family disapproves and which are not reinforced, which may even be punished, will not become a part of his behavioral repertory. For example, if the family is a demonstrative group where affection is outwardly expressed, the child will be reinforced by a positive response when he expresses this. The child leaps into his father's arms and plants a kiss on his mouth, full and juicy. The father returns this in kind, joyfully, verbally, tenderly, smiling, approvingly. He is teaching the child that this outward expression of love is a good one. On the other hand, a child may spontaneously leap upon his father, who may be equally loving, but whose expression of love does not include demonstrative acting out of affection. This father may tenderly hold the child away from him smilingly and say, "Big men don't hug and kiss each other." This father has taught his child that it is well to love, but that an outward show of love is not approved in this environment. The French philosopher Jean-Pierre Paul Sartre has said, "Long before birth, even before we are conceived, our parents have decided who we shall be." Aside from the immediate family, there are other influences which teach love. The effect of these influences can be strong. One of these is the individual's culture. It is this culture in which many cases has taught the family its responses to love, so it will serve to further reinforce the child's action. Stormbreaker. I may consider doing Stormbreaker, possibly. For a commission. If you want to commission me for Stormbreaker, I'll do it. All right, so continue. We've got about 2 pages left of this book. Fairly interesting so far, right? It's a topic that people don't discuss enough. It is a subject that is really like getting people riled up in this live stream, right? Isn't that fascinating that this subject, the topic of love, gets people so riled up and just like flustered and confused and lost? Like Dave is totally, this is totally out of Dave's element. I can tell. A French child, for example, born and raised in a Chinese society by Chinese parents, will grow up as a Chinese child with the Chinese child's games, his responses, his manners, his reactions, his likes and dislikes, his language, his aspirations and dreams. On the other hand, the same French child raised in a Chinese culture by French parents will become a French child in a Chinese society, holding on to those aspects of the French culture he is being taught by his parents and adapting them as he grows up in order to live in a Chinese society. He will then develop those French characteristics common to French children, but will have also to adjust them to the Chinese culture. No person can be totally free of cultural pressures and influences. To become a socially approved person, one must always give up some of himself. A Robinson Crusoe can be totally free on his island, but he pays for his freedom with isolation. When Friday, a second person, appears, he has a choice. He can either cohabit with him and make him one like himself, which would involve changing his habits and participating in a democratic interchange, or he can make Friday his slave. This decision will require little or no change of Crusoe's personality and life, except that he keep a continual, forceful, watchful eye on Friday, his slave. In the fall of 1970, I had an interesting experience in social living. I enjoy fall leaves, the colors, the sound of the leaves as you walk on them. For this reason, I allow them freely to collect on my path and on the walk that runs before my home. They become like a crackling, multicolored sound carpet under my feet. One day I was at home with some students who responded to a knock on the front door. It was a group of neighbors who had come to complain about the accumulation of what they saw as a neighborhood eyesore. They asked if I would clean up the leaves, and they also politely offered to do it for me. I quickly agreed to comply with the request, much to the disillusionment of the students who felt that I had copped out and should have told them to which layer of Dante's hell they might go. I explained that we could reach a mutually satisfactory solution if they'd help me rake the leaves into the baskets. They complied questioningly and begrudgingly, cursing the hung-up culture that would infringe upon an individual's rights. The leaves finally collected, I gathered up the baskets and poured the leaves over my living room floor. Now the neighbors would have a more acceptable scene to gaze upon, and I would have my wondrous fall-colored world to crackle beneath my feet to my heart's content. It was such... Oh, one of my cats just had a weird growl. It was such a simple thing to sweep and vacuum when I so desired. I had yielded to the culture, for I enjoy and need neighbors, but I also met my own needs. I enjoy and need fall leaves. It is possible that when we choose to give up one freedom of a lower order, we achieve a freedom of a still higher order. By sweeping the leaves, I still have neighbors who care. A man never knows when he will need a cup of flour. The culture and society has the power then, if we choose to be a member of it, to affect our thoughts, limit our choices, mold our behavior, teach us its definition of adjustment, and show us what it means by love. How you learn love, then, will be somewhat determined by the culture in which you grow. The unique family and the individual's culture may at times come into conflict. My parents and family, a large, warm, demonstrative, highly emotional Italian one with strong personal ties and attachments, taught me an outward expression of love. But going to school and hugging and kissing the children and teachers was soon taught out of me as immature, effeminate, and, to say the least, disruptive. I can recall the confusion in my mind when one of my classmates' mothers came to my home and explained to my confused parents that I was not a suitable playmate for their children, that I was too physical. But it no longer became a conflict when it was explained, and I was able to understand that when I was in our home, in homes like ours, there was a correct way of expressing our affection, but in other homes, it might be different. I was to observe and respond accordingly, sing my own judgment. By this time, of course, I was convinced that a handshake or even a warm smile can never mean as much pleasure for me as a warm embrace or a tender kiss. I still believe it's true. The child, so far, is continually at the mercy of his teachers, the environment in which he lives, and those individuals, human persons, with which he'll come into contact. They are responsible for teaching him to love. His parents, of course, will be his foremost teachers. They will have the strongest impact upon him and will teach him only the kind of love they've learned, and only to the degree to which they've learned it. For they too have been at the mercy of their teachers and their culture. Teachers can only teach what they have learned. If the love they've learned is immature, confused, possessive, destructive, exclusive, then that is what they'll pass on and teach to their young. If, on the other hand, they know a love that is growing, free, mature, they'll teach this to their children. The child cannot resist his teachers. He has little or no power to do so. In order to exist at some level of comfort, he must accept what is offered, often without question. In fact, he has few questions, for he has little knowledge and nothing to compare it to. He has spoon-fed his world, handed the tools to meet its requirements and the symbols with which to organize it. He has even taught that things are significant, what sounds to listen for, and what they mean, and what is valueless. In other words, he is taught to be a particular type of human lover. To be loved in return, he need but listen, see, and respond as others do. It is a simple matter, but the cost to his individuality is great. Language is the main means by which we transfer knowledge, attitudes, prejudices, feelings, and those aspects which make personality and culture unique. Language is taught and learned in and through the family and society. Any normal child has the biological, mental, and physical equipment to learn any of the world's languages. He can execute, as an infant, all the sounds of the universal phonetic alphabet. Although he will never be formally taught by the time he is 3 or 4 years of age, he will be speaking intelligibly the language of his culture. He'll learn the system of the language and the color and the tone of that language. The words he'll use and what they mean will be decided by those in his immediate world who will be teaching him. He's unable to read, of course, and therefore he'll learn his language orally. He is unaware that the language he learns will determine who he is, how he will see the world, how he will organize the world, and how he will present his world to others. All words have an intellectual content. We could have little difficulty defining, for instance, a table or a home, but each word also has an emotional content. It becomes a very different thing when you're asked to define a home as opposed to telling about the first home you can remember. We all know the superficial meaning of the word free, but if we were to try to define freedom in terms of ourselves and our present milieu, we would be hard-pressed. Timothy Leary, when he was doing his interpreted interesting work in language and awareness called Words, the imprint, the freezing of external awareness, he explained that each time a parent or society teaches a child a new symbol, he is given both an intellectual and an emotional content for the symbol. The content is limited by the attitudes and feelings of his parents and society. This process begins too early for the child to have much to say about what words will mean for him. Once frozen, the attitudes and feelings toward the objects or persons to which the words refer become very stable, in many cases irreversible. Through words, then, the child is given not only content but attitude. His attitudes of love are so formed, a sort of map is set up, Leary continues, which is static and upon which all subsequent learning of attitudes and awareness take place. The child's map will be determined by how closely the symbols resemble the facts and how they are taken in, assimilated, analyzed, and reinforced through experience. The important language for establishing behavior, relationships, action, attitudes, empathy, responsibility, trust, caring, joy, response, the language of love, in other words, will thus be set. From this point, the child is still at the mercy of his teachers. He has been coerced due to lack of experience and through his dependence to trust his teachers and to accepting the loved world they offer him as reality. At about this time, he goes to school. Great hope lies in education. Through education, he's offered his first possible escape, broad, new worlds to discover, full of different, exceptional, and exciting attitudes and definitions of life and love. But he's soon disillusioned. In place of freeing him to pursue his own world, he is now in a new environment of often even less flexible than his home. Charles Reich makes this point dramatically in The Greening of America. While the school's authority is lawless, school is nevertheless an experience made compulsory by the full power of the law, including criminal penalties. The option to go to private school does exist for families that can afford it, but this is not the student's own option, and it is obviously available only to a few. School has no prison bars or locked doors like an insane asylum, but the student is no more free to leave it than a prisoner is free to leave the penitentiary. With the child thus imprisoned, formal education assumes as its major task the process of passing on the accumulated knowledge of the past, usually at the expense of the present and the future. It is a feeding in rather than a leading out. Everything is taught, but seemingly what is necessary for the growing individual's knowledge of the relationship of his self to others, he finds many of his teachers lifeless individuals devoid of enthusiasm, hope, or joy. Erich Fromm said, "Living is the process of continuous rebirth. The tragedy in life of most of us is that we die before we are fully born. Modern education does little to guide the child from death to rebirth." Neither the love of self, what educators call self-respect, nor love of others, responsibility and love for his fellow man, can ever be taught in our present educational system. Teachers are too busy managing to be creating. As Albert Einstein said, it is nothing short of a miracle that instruction today has not strangled the holy curiosity of inquiry. For this delicate little plant lies mostly in need of freedom, without which it will fall into rack and ruin and die without fail. So the individual, now fully grown, leaves our schools confused, lonely, alienated, lost, angry, but with the mind full of isolated, meaningless facts, which together are laughingly called an education. He knows neither who he is, where he is, or how he got there. He has no concept of where he's going, how to arrive there, nor what he'll do when he gets there. He has no idea what he has, what he wants, nor how to develop it. In essence, he's a type of robot, old before his time, living in the past, confused by the present, frightened by the future, much like the teachers who made him. Nowhere along the way has he been directly exposed to love as a learned phenomenon. What he has learned of love, he has come upon indirectly by chance or by trial and error. His greatest exposure, and often his only teaching, has been through the commercial mass media, which has always exploited love for its own ends. Frustrated poets, with the aid of Metro Goldwyn Mayer and the 20th Century Fox, created romantic love for the world market. Their concept of love usually goes no deeper than boy meets girl, girl hassles boy, or vice versa. Boy loses girl, girl and boy gain insight through some magical stroke of fate, boy gets girl, and they live happily ever after, all with this variation. A classic case in point, which the success of Rock Hudson, Doris Day films. Rock meets Doris, Rock woos Doris with attention, gifts, flowers, kind words, wild chases, and special manners. Doris keeps running from Rock's advances for 6 reels. At least, Doris can resist no longer. She yields and gives herself to Rock. Rock carries Doris across the threshold. Fade out. What would be most interesting would be to see what happens after the fade. Most certainly, any girl, such as the character Doris portrays, who has run from a man for 6 reels, is frigid. And any man who has put up with that kind of nonsense is impotent. They deserve each other. Still, it's this example and countless others that create for us the notion of what love is. Deodorant ads, cigarette commercials, cosmetic companies play an additional role in strengthening this insane notion of love. You are assured that love means running together through a meadow, lighting 2 cigarettes in the dark, or applying a deodorant daily. You are given the idea that love just happens. And usually at first sight. You don't have to work at love. Love requires no teacher. You just fall into love if you follow the right rules and play the game correctly. I would not want to form a partnership with an architect who has only a little knowledge of building, or a broker who has a limited knowledge of the stock market. Still, we form what we hope to be permanent relationships in love with people who have hardly any knowledge of what love is. They equate love with sex, attraction, need, security, romance, attention, and 1,000 similar things. Certainly, love is all of these, and yet no one of these things. Someone in love class once said, "I wish you could love me more and need me less." So most of us never learn love at all. We play at love, imitate lovers, treat love as a game. Is it any wonder so many of us are dying of loneliness, feel anxious and unfulfilled, even in seemingly close relationships, and are always looking elsewhere for something more which we feel must certainly be there? Is that all there is? The song asks. There is something else. It's simply this: the limitless potential of love within each person, eager to be recognized, waiting to be developed, yearning to grow. It's never too late to learn anything for which you have a potential. If you want to learn to love, then you must start the process of finding out what it is, What qualities make up a loving person and how these are developed? Each person has the potential for love, but potential is never realized without work. This does not mean pain. Love, especially, is learned best in wonder, in joy, in peace, and living. Wow. So that's just chapter 1. This book has about a dozen chapters, but absolutely phenomenal. I like this. It got a little boring when it got all technical and stuff, but it sounds so powerful, right? This is definitely a subject that's not ever taught by anyone, really, right? Like people's parents don't sit people down. If there are, there's probably like 1 in 100,000 parents actually sits their child down to talk about love. And where do we all learn from? Probably our parents, right? And then as we get older, who do we learn from? I mean, I think this book is pretty spot on as far as the standard understanding or learning of what love means. But I think this is a good book. So definitely, if you like the idea, and this book doesn't define love, it just goes into some of the different things. But boy, what could happen, right? What could be the power, the impact that spreading more love has? So there you go. Here's the question before we wrap up. Something for everybody to think about. I can't read anymore. My voice is, my throat is sore. I'm getting sleepy. I'm yawning. You see my eyes. My eyes are kind of like drooping now, right? Because I'm kind of sleepy. But more importantly, let's ask this question. So just based on this first chapter, if the potential of love is limitless, how can you share it with someone else? So there you go. That's the question for the day. How can you, viewer, share the limitless potential of love with somebody else in a positive way? Well, I guess if it's true love, then there is no negative way, right? But that said, whew. All right. Dave, I think I don't know what black pill means, but I think the majority of my streams are like the black pill. I don't know what the black pill is. I probably shouldn't say that because I have no clue what it is. I could be agreeing to like something horrific, but I don't know what that is. But it sounds like, the dark side of things, like metal music or like, I don't know. Hopefully nothing too bad, but I don't think metal is that bad. I like metal. Whatever gets your body moving and energized. But it's good to switch it up, right? Some people spend too much time living a goth-like reality where, even goths need love. Goths need love too. That should be a shirt. I'm gonna design a shirt that says goths. What should we name it? What should we say? Should it be goths need love too or goths want love too? I think a goth would never wear that shirt though. You would never find a goth wearing a shirt that says goths need love too. All right, whatever. That's an idea for a shirt. Goths need love too. All right. Well, you know what? My phone's about to go. It's got 15% left. So let's just leave it at this. Everybody that's here, shout outs to Dave and Kate and Carly and Omizu and Azraya and am I missing anybody? Azraya and it's gonna sound bad, but I've lost the name of the person who gave me the wonderful, wonderful donation for the evening. Carly, who's the wonderful person who gave me the true unknown? Not them. Oh no, it doesn't scroll back that far. I wish it would tell me who gave me the... Oh wait, you know what I could do? We're gonna go to fan funding. Oh, it doesn't even show me the fan funding. Top messages. All right, well, whoever gave me the wonderful gemstones. Thank you so much. It was a female cartoon picture, I think. But thank you. Yes. All right. Good night. Hot dog water stream. Yes. Hot dog and garlic water. Very good. Oh yeah, Miley Cyrus. Miley Sirius or something, right? Yes, that was it. So wow. Omizu's got a great memory. Good memory, everybody. But let's wrap this up. Take care. Thank you. Good night.